history, and so it will be a kind of a very, very interactive discussion. I'm just going to say it will be a lot of discussion. This is not a lecture-based format, and I really recommend people to kind of speak up, ask as many questions. Like, we have very, very interesting speaker, and like was years, more than 4 decades of experience in the field. So like you can ask as many questions as possible so that the discussion will be, the whole lecture for the next 2 days will be very interactive and useful for all of us. So some basic housekeeping announcements. So like make sure that you keep your mobile phones on silent, and I'm sure it's a 1.5 day, so we all have catch up with the emails, but please make sure that you keep your mobile phones a bit silent. And again, as I mentioned, make this as a discussion friendly program. Before I kind of start the session officially, I just wanted to kind of announce the second round of fellowship that we have recently. Oh, sorry, before that, if any of your colleagues who may not able to attend the program, who's interested to watch it online, you can share this barcode and they can watch this online as well through YouTube link. Feel free to share the link with them. If anyone needs it, you can send me a text or email. I can send you the link. You can forward it to them. Okay. So I just wanted to, I'm not sure how many of them have been aware of the QNL Fellowship Program. Anyone? Has anyone heard QNL has a fellowship program? Last year we started this inaugural fellowship program. We had 3 fellows. And this year we are quite happy that we're going to announce the second round of fellowship. And so what we're going to do is that, the fellows will get 3 to 4 fellows will be selected based on their proposals they submit and their qualifications. And each fellow will get almost 6,000 Qatari riyals as a stipend. They will get an office here at the library. And the most important thing that you need to do is that to utilize the resources that Qatar National Library has, both archival resources, the digital resources that we have, and how to best write about Qatar's history. And again, writing history is always challenging part, and this is something that we're going to discuss today. And it will be very, very relevant, whatever we discuss, how we can combine both oral history as well as archival documents-based history to write, to do research. So these are some of the things. If anyone is interested, please feel free to share this information. QNL will be putting out all this information on all our social media handles as well as on the websites. The deadline for submission of this fellowship is 14th of June. So, sorry, 17th of June. So you need to submit a proposal, with 1,500, 2,000 words of a proposal, and with your CV and 2 references. That's all what you require. And based on the quality and the merit of your proposal and your actual time, how much you can dedicate, and the feasibility of the projects, you will be able to screen independently by reviewers, and you will be informed whether you are selected for this fellowship or not. And the other thing I just wanted, these are the key research themes that we have, and one of the research themes that we are discussing today is related to environmental history. So I'll just give a little bit of time. So it covers a wide area of themes, and some of the material we have here available at the library through digital as well as in document formats, and where we can utilize these resources. And particularly the last one would be of quite interesting for today's lecture on natural resource management and environmental history of Qatar. And I guess this is where the speaker will talk about his own experience, from Indian subcontinent context. So again, just like to highlight, if you're not familiar with QDL resources and other archival resources that we have here at the library, feel free to utilize all these resources, and definitely you can find some of the material. And also I'd like to highlight, in the 1.5 weeks time, on June 1st and 2nd, there will be another 2-day workshop where we'll be focusing on written archival material, particularly from the British sources. Again, we're going to talk something about it today, how we not rely excessively on these British sources, how do we decolonize our thought process, our own our historical methods and everything. But it's just to give an idea that those are other resources that we have, but how do you utilize these resources more effectively and positioning ourselves from a different perspective. So please make sure to utilize all the resources that we have here at the library. If you have any doubts how to access these resources, please feel free to send an email to QNL, so our librarians will be happy to share any further information. So now we'll just start the key event today, and I'm very, very glad and excited to have our speaker, Mr. Palagumi Sainath. He is a passionately committed journalist and has continued to report rural stories from impoverished Indian villages during the rapid changes brought about by globalization. Since establishing the People's Archive of Rural India, in short we call as PARI, and he will talk extensively about his organization, how they have kind of collected and archived oral histories from different parts of Indian subcontinent as a platform for digital journalism. And he has been engaged in groundbreaking project of collecting information about the diverse cultures of rural societies and disseminating this information in diverse languages. He served as the McGraw Professor of Writing at Princeton University and A.D. White Professor at Cornell University. And despite his brilliant career, Mr. Sainath's dogged approach to the pursuit of knowledge has stayed unchanged. He collects information by scrupulously walking around the villages and talking to people, captures the reality in photographs, and reveals the real situation of poverty and natural disasters. Between 2004 and 2014, he distinguished himself as the editor of the Hindu newspaper in charge of rural issues. The documentary films, A Tribe of His Own, The Journalism of P. Sainath, and The Nero's Guest showed how he worked, and these films gained international acclaim. He also served as an advisor for the federal government and state government because of his commitment to rural reform. His major publication involves Everybody Loves a Good Drought. I'm not sure how many of them are familiar. We have a copy of the book here at the library. It's a collection of 84 of these articles and was highly praised throughout the world. He was awarded the European Commission's Lorenzo Natali Prize for Journalism in 1995, Amnesty International Global Human Rights Journalism Prize in 2000, the United Nations FAO Burema Prize in 2001, and the most famous, the Raman Magsaysay Award for Outstanding Contribution to Asian Journalism in 2007. And his latest book, that was published 2 years back, approximately, The Last Heroes, Foot Soldiers of Indian Freedom, based on the oral stories and completely different take on the India's freedom movement. And he will talk quite extensively about some of the his own engagement on oral histories of the people here. And I'd like to welcome him, and please give him a big round of applause for here. And I know it's going to be a very long day, and if you want to have a quick coffee or something, please feel free to grab your coffee and everything over here. Sainath, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Syed. I do want this to be in discussion mode, because there's always a danger when the subject I'm speaking on is extremely close to my own heart. So there are dangers involved in that. And, I thought in the first 45 minutes session, we'll just look at the idea of what is a people's archive and why do you need a people's archive? This is my 45th year as a field reporter, and I have chosen to remain a reporter and now forcibly an editor as well, but I'm at heart a reporter. The experiment that we've made in the People's Archive of Rural India is to marry journalism and archiving and libraries. Yeah. I don't need to lecture you on the state of journalism and media today. Yeah. In fact, early this year, Oxford English Dictionary, every year Oxford English Dictionary gives a word of the year. The word of the year given was brain rot. brain rot, and the most popular word on the internet was doom scrolling. Endless scrolling of that cell phone, gathering trivia, and 3 major studies have shown us, that is from Harvard Medical School, from King's College London, from Oxford University's another division of medicine, that this is actually having a seriously degenerative effect on cognition. It's actually having a negative effect on cognition. These are not newspaper editorials. These are major studies. You can find them quoted last December 24th in The Guardian, UK. And there are other studies that show us that. So the idea of the media as educators, as informative, that's taken a beating very, very badly, even before social media. So, getting to the issue of archives. You know, the archives and libraries in human history go back 2,000, 2,500 years. However, most of us and most societies tend to romanticize what these were. You know, giant centers of learning, they were giant collections of information. That does not make them the same as giant centers of learning, because archives and libraries were extremely elitist and exclusionist from then till now. Let me give you the example of, say, our example in India. We have a national archives. India has a national archives. Most of the population doesn't know it exists. Second, accessing anything that any ruling government considers sensitive for whatever reason is impossible. 1962, that is 63 years ago, India and China had a border war. Okay? The documents relating to that theoretically were declassified 30 years ago. You cannot access a single one of those documents. Somebody doesn't like it. So what's the point of collecting all that information? You can't access it. And this is not true only of the Indian archives. It's true of archives anywhere in the world, that archives increasingly became centers of information, but sites of censorship. They allow you to know what they would like you to know. They do not go beyond what the state prescribes or a particular government prescribes or whatever. Even very harmless information you can have excluded because it appeared in a particular language to which a present regime might be hostile. We're seeing that in India today, right? When they say the attack on Urdu, for instance. So you had this romanticization of the archives. It also meant centralization and monopoly over information and thereby power. It's not an accident that the archives of all our nations were set up by British imperialism. Was that an accident? What were they trying to do? Incidentally, the Kuwait, archives of Kuwait, national, are entirely located in Mumbai because the British administered Kuwait from Mumbai. So the archive of Kuwait was never meant for the people of Kuwait, nor for the people of India. It was meant for the British power, for the British Empire to control, centralize the information of an entire nation, an entire society. Yeah. Most of the archives have been set up by Western imperial powers, like French set up a lot of archives in Africa, in African states. These archives to this day, Indian scholars seeking to study the colonial period have to go to London, India Office, India House. They have a heck of a lot of vital historical information of India is there. We very romanticize the great ancient libraries of Alexandria and our own Nalanda. We have this thing about Nalanda that this was even my old friend Amartya Sen uses this thing about romanticizing Nalanda. Was it a gigantic center was it really a university? It wasn't. It wasn't a university in the sense that today you're sitting in a university premises or wherever. It didn't have departments of geography and geophysics. It was a giant seminary of Buddhist learning and literature. That's what it was. It was essentially a giant theological seminary of Buddhism. And because it was so great and the information collected was so vast, you had scholars 2,000 years ago coming from China, Korea, Japan, and that gave it an international flavor. But it was exclusively a seminary for Buddhist scholars. It's not as if the public could walk in and walk out, nor could they do that in the great library of Alexandria, which when it was set on fire burnt for weeks. Yeah. The fact is that the people of Alexandria didn't care about that library. They didn't give a damn about that library. They had never been inside it. The ancient libraries and archives of Greece also had this extremely restricted entry. 2,000 years, that restrictive exclusionist entry remains very much in force. Please try getting out documentation on stuff that we are not able to get stuff out of the British archives, which is they consider too sensitive. Yeah. So this was the point about it. The second thing, which we'll discuss more in the next session, is that the nature of knowledge production is, since it was all started, the library archiving was started, say 200 years ago in our countries, by a ruling empire. It also had this, that entire theory of knowledge is based on a Western concept of text. Textual documentation is it. Okay? So everything has to be text. Whereas many of our societies, our history is oral. It's in music, it's in songs, it's in poetry. It may not be in the most important epic poems of 100 nations were never written down. They were memorized, and for that matter, by the way, it was a very long time before Iliad and Odyssey were written down. They came before the writing tradition. Yeah, they came in a period of oral tradition where many languages did not have a script yet. So some of the greatest sources of our history of the past were not textually committed work. They had entirely a different oral and oral, and in music, in dance, in drama, in theater, in song. So the nature of the last 200 years of archiving has narrowed archiving to collection of textual documents. Yeah. So I think that they are restrictive within. And what archives confer on those who control them is a protected privilege of knowledge. That's what they confer on people, a protected privilege. And what those who choose and those of the elite can also enforce a protected privilege of ignorance as well. That people don't need to know all this. We know what's good for them, that they don't know this. Now, in 45 years as a field reporter, I've done thousands and thousands of interviews. And one of the lessons I've learned from it is this. The biggest source of knowledge of people in any society, the biggest source of knowledge, any society, its people, that biggest source is the people themselves. That is the biggest source of knowledge we have. And I say this boldly to be true of any society in the world. The biggest source of knowledge is that. Now we, sitting here, for instance, we are MAs, PhDs, experts. We are gatherers and interpreters of that knowledge. We are analysts and explainers of that knowledge. We are not the producers of that knowledge. Okay? We are traders in that knowledge. We are analysts. We are teachers. But we are not the producers of the knowledge. The people are the primary producers of knowledge. Now, out of these 45 years in journalism, 30 years or more, I've covered farming communities, farmers. And in India, farming includes fisheries, it includes forest produce in the census. Here's what I've learned, that look, how many farmers do you know who do their farming according to a manual published by government? Is there a single farmer you've met who runs his daily work or her daily work on manuals produced by some source of knowledge somewhere? It is historic memory. It is handed down memory. Yeah. I frequently do workshops, seminars I attend, where we have experts and I bring farmers. At the end of that meeting, the experts all agree that they learned more in one day from the farmers than they had from 3 years of work. I've also come to conclude that each community, like say, fishing community is one community, farmers are another community. Each of these, I've come to believe that farmers anywhere in the world develop a language of their own. Wherever I go, I find farmers complaining about the younger generation. And the younger generation does not know a lot of the words that farmers use. They don't know the words that farmers use. It's a particular transaction between farmer and farmer or farmer and laborer. So recently, a farmer from Arunachal Pradesh, out in the eastern Himalayas, told me that they can't understand their parents and their parents are unable to explain to them a lot of things about agriculture, though the kids are college educated. They've lost the language of that. So again, it's not just text that is important. Fishermen, traditional fishermen, your pearl divers here, do they work according to a manual? Do they go up on YouTube and find out how to do pearl diving? That is, what you find up on YouTube is partly the appropriation of their knowledge. That's what you find, an appropriation of their knowledge, which has come through centuries. So you have everywhere, at every stage, you will find, farmers may not take a PhD in their knowledge, but they produce the knowledge that allows many of us to take out PhDs. Yeah? I'm saying that the recognition of ordinary people in a society as the primary producers of knowledge is essential to understanding how we will build the universe of knowledge of a given society, what its architecture should be, why it should be in a particular way. Much of this, many of these things, in India there are schools of sculpture. If you go to Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu, you will see those incredible 5 pagodas, okay, 2 of them submerged already by the sea. 2,000 yards away, you will find people still doing that kind of sculpture. And the learning is handed down in shlokas, in poetry. A school of sculpture that teaches by rote memory. They learn shlokas. Rhymes always help you remember. So that's how that knowledge was handed down across 1500 to 2000 years. And those schools of sculpture still exist, though they are fast diminishing and will disappear in 40, 50 years. I have no doubt about it. Consider the era we are in. Yeah? The digital era, where the biggest word on the internet, most popular word of the year was doom scrolling. The biggest word, the word of the year in Oxford was brain rot. Yeah, in this area, you now have AI as well. An incredible number of humanities, occupations, livelihoods, professions will not exist in 50 years. Can I say something that might actually startle many of you? You might be looking in your great-grandchildren might live in a world without farmers. If you look, every country in the world, percentage of farmers has been plummeting. Now with AI and with robotics and with AI, many central issues of farming, already harvester combined took millions of jobs. Now you will have many times the power of a harvester combined in very tiny devices. You're going to see that, right? It's a kind of, in my view, you're on the cusp of a civilizational crisis. Whole classes of people will disappear. And you can see that occupation-wise. I can see in journalism how many important branches of journalism have ceased to be. Once upon a time, there was a guild of people in journalism called proofreaders. They're no longer there. With the result that we produce the most absurd errors in the newspapers every day, right? Because the digital systems are not equipped to handle content errors, only spelling errors and grammatical errors and things like that. You have 50 years ago, the United States had 35% of its population in some way connected with agriculture. Today it's less than 1%. India, everyone thinks 53% farmers. It's not true. You'd be surprised to know how small the percentage is, but in India, even a small percentage is tens of millions of people. The fact is, in India, over a 20-year period, we've lost full-time farmers at the rate of 2,000 a day on average. 2,000 a day. In 20 years, 15 million fewer farmers. So that's another thing. Now, whichever community you look at, whichever you look at, the livelihoods that sustained people for thousands of years are going. Yeah? We can kid ourselves that it will create new jobs. The more correct and honest opinion in my view is to understand that this reality confronts us and what should we be doing about it. That's the discussion. Yeah. Now, a people's archive creates, I work on the assumption after the first 10 years in journalism that who are my experts? I am a journalist. I was trained as a historian and left my PhD in JNU to become a full-time. And I learned from some of the great historians of India, Romila Thapar, Bipin Chandra, S. Gopal. And even then it was visible, and they were the ones who made it visible to me. If you go to Wikipedia, all the demands on you for citations, have a look. Any country in the world, the large 90%, 80% of the citations will be Western sources because they have the tradition of published citation, of published documents. Right? So I have to learn about India from British colonial rulers. And unless I use those citations, Wikipedia will not publish my piece. They will send it back saying, citations needed. They're not going to accept historic epic poems and songs because their construction of knowledge is based on text. Now, the People's Archive of Rural India does many things. We are a multimedia, free access digital space. Yeah? We publish in 15 languages, and we try adding one language every year or two. The 15 languages we publish in, which I'll show you, account for they have about 1 billion speakers in them. It's another matter that we can't begin to reach that enormity, but we are there for them. We are there for, let me put it this way, if you look at the Indian media, be my guest, live in India for a month, read the damn newspapers, watch television, then ask yourself, 25 years from now, 30 years from now, and this can be asked in most societies, you as a researcher, want to know something about how this country, India, whichever, how did ordinary people live, work, how they ate, drank, sang, dined, worked, died. Are you going to get it by referring to the newspaper archives? Are you going to get that knowledge by referring to television archives? You're going to see complete rubbish. That's what you're going to see. It's what you're seeing now. 25 years will not change rubbish into knowledge. It still remains rubbish. The idea of, in our boast, the People's Archive of Rural India, our boast is that there is not a single database, not a single website wholly dedicated to ordinary people from the countryside. Not even the elites of the countryside, ordinary 833 million Indians. And anybody 25 years from now, certainly 50 years from now, wanting to know how Indians lived, ate, drank, sang, dined, died, they're going to have to look at the People's Archive. Because it's the only thing that will give them everyday stories of people's everyday lives. Everyday people, our slogan, our motto is the everyday lives of everyday people. That is our motto. Right? So that's what we consider a People's Archive. And I will show you more and more of it. But right now, would you like to make it doesn't have to be a question. You can make comments, you can raise issues of archival and library knowledge which are important to you. I'm listening.
If anyone has questions, they can speak.
Thank you for this very informative and rich introduction. I think what happened in Qatar and other GCC states, the external shocks that happened in the last 100 and quarter years, quarter of a century years, is that we faced external shocks that really flip the society upside down. Yeah. And if this, I don't think that this model has happened anywhere, any place in the world. The first shock was the decline of the pearling fisheries sector, where people become under the poverty line, like maybe 2 decades, 20s, 30s, and up to the end of the 40s, and where there is like a class of people that been wiped out. The memory of that generation was with our grandmothers, not even our mothers. And then the big external shock of oil. That created a new culture, and I'm going to borrow the Indian philosophers who wrote about this the first time in one of the magazines or newspapers in London, 1992, when he referred to what happened in the Gulf as the new era of the petroculture. And this petroculture actually, with the tendencies towards a very modern and materialistic life, has put the past, the Nabati poetry, the stories of the grandmothers, and all other folklore. I mean, before this time, it was put in a very marginal space in terms of our public interest in it. So most of the people who collected data from our mothers and some of our grandfathers and mothers, they were not Qataris. They were not the people.
Correct.
And there are so many things written by their writings. When somebody like me who has been exposed to the grandmother and the mother find it totally cut from the real memory, from the real social memory. There are so many examples, but I don't want to waste, the discussion time, but maybe later on we'll talk about them. The story of Mayan Ghailan, which is a folklore from the Khor city. It was written about in the 90s, maybe mid-90s, and it was like described in a way to show that there is a man and a woman who has competing in the pearl fisheries, and at the end, the man win. The woman who was rich and she was courageous to compete with him inside the sea with her men. This story has been delivered to me by my grandmother, which is totally different. It's totally different than what that story that was written in the mid-90s was then produced in children's books and in some, I think the museum authority also produced it in a small cartoon, a video. It depicts the context of the 90s, when the government wanted to give women more power. So it only depicted that. It did not really tell the real story within the context.
Within the story.
Because it was a love story, and maybe this love story has been also happening in India, in Afghanistan, in Italy. When I read about it, I did a paper on this matter. When I read about it, it is always the same story, and also the German tale, the lady, the girl with the long hair, and that was told to me. It's similar to that. It was a love story between a woman who were rich and a man who was poor. It's a very classical thing. So there has been, I mean, I'm sure that my daughters wouldn't really know that when they see. They will be very encouraged with this woman empowerment, and it's totally different. This is only one example. There are so many, since I'm interested in oral history, there are some other examples. So I think for us in Qatar, although now there is more awareness of bringing the past, we are doing this in a very later stage where many people who can depend on have been passed away. But our generation, me and my husband, our generation was the generation in between. Maybe this generation can tell the younger generation.
Yes.
Based on, also we've been studying in Western universities outside the country for a long time. We still have some of that. We can retain it better than the British archives. Because in the British archives, when one of my children read about the pirates, that was a colonial stigma.
Construct.
And they say, okay, most of our ancestors were like they were either in the sea stealers. They are theft. They steal in the sea or they steal in the land. I mean, the Bedouin, who is very opportunistic and depicted in some of the magazines like Tintin, the French magazine, and other things. So I am actually fully supportive of this initiative.
Thank you.
That we need to depend on social memory, collective memory, and not on ready-made products, cultural products.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If anyone else wants to speak, I'll come to it.
Thank you for this interesting lecture. I have a question about the oral history. How would you, is there any guidelines where it could be used as a source of knowledge? Because there are people who will say it is not a trustworthy source of knowledge. When you meet people, they might say different things, but you have no way to verify this knowledge and then use it as a source of knowledge. This is always an argument against oral history. There is no guidelines, and you cannot trust what normal people in the street say.
Yeah, I get it.
And this is really a big argument that they always use against oral history.
Yeah, I get it.
This is number one. Number two, you are talking about the local knowledge. In every society, there is a local knowledge that has been transmitted from generation to generation. And unfortunately, it is not documented or archived from generation to generations, and we lost a lot of knowledge by not capturing this data from the old generations. But of course, if there is a project to do this, it has to be somehow classified and theorized and put guidelines for these kind of things. that I'm not aware of it, but maybe with your experience you could shed light on these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. Pardon me, I'm not good with the words.
Could you speak?
Yeah, pardon me, I'm not that good with the words. Ma'am was just few time ago. She was talking about the materialistic approach nowadays. It has come. So I think that this approach is keeping our children away from the history. Like I remember when I was a kid, like our generation, like who are in mid 30s now. So what we used to do every night, like we used to hear a story from our grandmother or our grandfather, which my children, they don't do now. So what I think is that this history, the oral history, this is subjected to the attachment with the previous generation. Or most probably, we will be the last generation to remember these stories. Like, you know, Alf Lal in Hindi, or in Urdu we call it Alif Laila. Basically, it was from the Arabic roots, it's called Alf Lal. These are the stories we used to hear like every night from our grandparents, which our children are not familiar with. And we are so much materialistic and busy that we are not communicating with them. So there is a kind of cut. And when we'll be no more, these stories will be probably die forever. So what could we do to just make sure that our generations will be connected with the history of our forefathers, like the Rahims, the stories, the things, the tappas we are like listening to since many centuries. Thank you.
I really love it that there has been such a rich response in questions and comments, all of which are valid. And, you know, I mean, let's begin with, you see what Professor was talking about, actually, and comes back to you, is also simply the process of erasure, right? It's a process of erasure. Now, the other thing that you, sir, mentioned was, I think the question is, when you say grandmothers and when you speak of the anti-oral tradition, the very important and central question is, whose knowledge and who is telling the story? There's an African saying in Swahili, if lions were historians, the tales of the jungle would not always favor the hunter. If lions were historians, the stories of the jungle would not favor the hunter. So we need to figure out who our lions are. Yeah. The recent book that I did, which Saeed mentioned to you, it was on the 75th anniversary of India's independence rather, and all the British history is written about it, which we still use, though there is a good amount of Indian writing. What I did was to track down and interview the last living freedom fighters. The youngest of them, the infant, was 98 years old. The oldest was a 106-year-old woman. And you read the book and you tell me whether you think it's history or it's not history. it also demands that you and I work to bring context to what is said. Right? There's also our responsibility and our work. So, just on April 26th, we welcomed the 100th birthday of a man called Shobharam Geherwar in Ajmer, Rajasthan. He was the infant in the book at 98. Now he has entered his 100th year. And the authenticity of what people who actually did the struggle, no historian of sitting in London or with the archive there can come close to that authenticity. No chance. Okay. I took 16 of them, including the village, the most famous village in Odisha, which was in the thick of the freedom struggle. Now, out of the 16 people in the book, 3 are alive. Mind you, the book was published in November 2022. 3 are alive. But we have not just taken their statements. We've taken their stories. We have interviewed them. Well, maybe I'll just show you that gallery. Can you switch that on, please? Yeah? And it'll surprise people how many of these were women. Okay? This lady was an astonishing person, Hausabai Patil, who conducted raid after raid on British establishments, armories, camps. Yeah? She was alive till COVID 2022. This lady is an old tribal woman who led an uprising in 1930 at age 16, when she mobilized all the young girls of the village, that is, all would have been below 16 because they were unmarried and still working in the village, and attacked a British platoon and chased them away, and it sparked a wide number of revolts in the forests of Odisha. It was called the Salihan uprising. It's there in the gazetteer. It's there in the British gazetteers. Of course, they don't give you her name. Yeah? But she was the person who led that struggle. This guy, Bhagat Singh Juggiyan, he died at 95. In 39, when the World War broke out, he won a prize as a class 3 student. He won a prize. You know, the prize was 1 naya paisa. But you could actually buy something in 1939 with 1 naya paisa. So he went on to the stage to receive it from the British functionary, who was an Indian, the district education officer, the Mukhya. And because war had broken, they asked him to shout. He said, patted the child on the back and said, "Now face the audience and shout, Britannia Zindabad, Queen Zindabad, Hitler Murdabad." This 11-year-old turned to the audience and shouted, "Britannia Murdabad, Hindustan Zindabad." He was thrashed on the stage with a cherry stick, yeah, till he was black and blue. He was expelled, and no other school would admit him. He went on to become one of the famous revolutionaries of the Punjab, fighting the freedom struggle against India. How much he could tell us in 3 hours was more knowledge than we gained out of reading 10 books on the freedom struggle in Punjab. Yeah. Malu Swarajam. Yeah, watch her. At age 16, was the leader of all underground armed squads fighting the Nizam of Hyderabad and the British in 1946. This is Malu Swarajam at age 16. Yeah. And incidentally, that photo was taken by an police intelligence agent. That photo of her at age 16. Yeah. It's not taken of her by her comrades or her friends. It's taken from the police archives of the time about what a fearful fighter she was. Yeah. So there is an incredible amount of material that you will find in here. Lakshmi Panda, the first Odia woman to enter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army and fight in... She made us redefine what freedom fighter is. You know, she worked in the kitchens of the INA camps. And she asked me, just because I never killed anyone, just because I didn't put a bullet into another human being, am I not also a freedom fighter? I fought the British by working through the logistics of the camps of freedom fighters. And to the last day of her life, she was fighting for recognition. Her story is the history of Odia women in the freedom struggle. And so on. As I said, there are still 3-4 of them left alive now, but there is a tremendous amount to be had. Now, about the attacks on oral history. I'm sure many of you, to give you a true idea of what conventional archives are, I'm sure many of you have seen Game of Thrones, at least some episodes of Game of Thrones. Yeah. You know, actually the Game of Thrones gets one thing very well. It gets it very well. Do you remember the episode where Samuel Tarlywell is trying to gain access to the archives to find the secret formula for fighting the White Walkers? Dragon Glass. How much Samuel Tarlywell is struggling to get inside the archive. That is an archive. It excludes people. It has the information. It's not going to give it to you. That's why a people's archive. The way we run the people's archive is that, let me tell you this, we also run a mirror site of the archive located outside my country. If someone takes me down tomorrow, that site is still there. We are also being archived by the Internet Archive. So we are still there. We are also being archived, and this was a great surprise to me, pleasant surprise. In 2021, the US Library of Congress contacted me and said, we think this is a precious resource. That's what they say. We think this is a precious resource, and may we archive you? I said, I'd be honored and thrilled if you archive me, and people can access me in the US Library of Congress. Here's the point, that, you know, when we come to the anti-oral tradition people, please notice that the societies whose elites mock the oral tradition are today the societies where oral archives are far ahead of the rest of the world. Look at the American Folklore Society. Look at the American Oral Archiving Society. You can get their manuals also. You can just download. I sent you the link, Syed, to the American Oral Archives of United States. But I will hesitate to tell you to follow this manual or that manual. I have a reactive attitude to the word best practice. Once you use the word best practice, we are assuming that there is only one great way of doing something. And the entire nature of human society proves that wrong. There is not only one fishing techniques of the coast of Africa are different from those of the coast of Norway. Which is the best practice? Each is the best practice for that society, for that environment, for that culture, for that geography. Yeah, there can be many best practices. So I will not say, take the American Oral Archives Society's manual. There are some useful points when it comes to technique, not to content. Content, we have to use our own minds. We have to draw into our own historical memory, as you said. That's where we have, incidentally, we are collecting the lullabies of grandmothers and mothers. Yeah? How did they pass knowledge to those children in those songs? Because generations of humanity have indeed gained knowledge the way you did. If it was good enough for 2000 years, I think taking it and shaping it up for our present day is a better thing to do than to be dependent on some library in London. I think that's a better thing to do. That's what a People's Archive tries to do. It tries to bring the knowledge of people while acknowledging who is the knowledge producer. That it was not my PhD, that was, in my book I make it very clear that all that comes to you belongs to the people in it. In Pari, we say we have two rules for journalism of the kind we created. You can call it slow journalism. It's not news breaking. It's not breaking news. It's not news journalism. It's a journalism that's introspective, reflective, collective. It's a journalism that is analytical, but allows the readers to know what people themselves actually said. Anyone goes out, we have dozens of reporters going out into the countryside, in the villages, who write for us. We give them a manual. And the first rule, don't come back to me with a story full of what you thought and what you felt. I don't want to know. You've got 1,500 words. I want to know what they are saying. The rule is, at the level of the reporter, the story belongs to the people in the story. At the level of the editor, the story belongs to the reporter. These are the two rules we have made. If the first rule is followed, then the second rule follows logically. If the reporter accepts, and the rules I also give the reporter include, whoever you may be, understand, when you are going and speaking to these people, you are doing so from a position of privilege. We all have to accept that. 45 years I've covered ordinary people. I know that I am approaching them from a position of entrenched privilege. Only if I accept that truth about myself can I do them justice. Otherwise, I have these judgmental things that all of us do of, this fellow doesn't really know what he's talking about. Whereas that fellow knows a hell of a lot more than me. Yeah, but you need the patience and the understanding. He's getting something which I'm not able to understand. Draw it out. Bring it out. It'll come. The stories will come. Yeah. And the important role for us is the storytelling of it, which we'll come into in the other thing. But the anti-archival thing, the British have set up, the British who mocked all our histories, if you read their historiography, Thomas Babington Macaulay, and by the way, I'm going to ask all of you to, it's a friendly request. in your disciplines, in your academia, stop using the word vernacular. It is a very dirty word used with a very dirty intent. Today, most of us think vernacular means local language. We think vernacular means regional language. That is not what Thomas Babington Macaulay meant. Thomas Babington Macaulay was an administrator, British administrator in India in the middle 1800s. What was his training and background? He was a Latin scholar. And the contempt he had for these societies, his two most famous statements. All the libraries of Arabia and India do not produce the good literature that one rack on a shelf of England does. All the libraries of Arabia and India, I'm not giving you a verbatim quote, but that's what he says. All the libraries would not match one shelf of European literature. This is the attitude he begins with. The second famous statement, we are here, we want Indians who are Indians only in blood, but Europeans in intellect. He started the education system that we still continue with very significantly. Yeah? Thomas Babington Macaulay. And he created this word, vernacular. It's derived from the Latin vernaculus. You will only find the real meaning in the dictionaries before 1960. In your library, I'm sure you have that giant heritage book dictionary. It's about 2 feet tall, the book. Heritage Dictionary of English. It'll give you 12 meanings for vernacular. But you can see what Babington's meaning was. Babington's meaning, he was a Latin scholar. And the Latin vernaculus referred to language of the home-born slave. That's what he meant when he was talking vernacular. Language of the home-born slave. I've put a quote, I've taken a photograph from the dictionary and put it up on Twitter so you can check it out. I very rarely do social media, but I felt that deserved it. So I've taken a photo from a 1960s dictionary. Babington Macaulay was not using vernacular in the sense that you and I do. He meant it to mean, as a Latin scholar, the language you speak, language of the home-born slave. It was a word full of contempt for you and me. Why should we accept this word? Why can't we say Arabic language? Why can't we say the language of the people of this nation or that society? Oh, why do we say Indian language Bengali? We can say Bengali language. Somehow it becomes like English is more than a language. We don't say the English language, we say English. And then when we refer to another language, we say Urdu language or we say Tamil language. Yeah. Most of these languages are 1,000 years older than English. But we don't give them that respect. How will we respect our own culture? How will we respect our own people? We have to be language is a deadly determining point in much of this. Yeah. So the oral tradition thing, consider that institutes like Smithsonian are getting into it. They've understood. They will still mock you when you do it, but they are doing it. Yeah, they are doing it. I quite admire the British folk music library. It's wonderful. Yeah, but if you write a history of music, they will ask you, where are the citations? Yeah. Don't do what they say. Sometimes you do what they do. So I think that the songs, which maybe we are coming to the session break.
Yeah. The second session, the decolonizing knowledge.
Yeah.
So we have 30 minutes for that one. So decolonizing knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we proceed?
Yes, we.
Okay. Let me show you this. Now this is the Wikipedia. Now Wikipedia, of all the international sources, is the most liberal. Okay? It's the most liberal, at least the most liberal that we have easy access to. Okay? And just look at the Wikipedia entry on the British Raj, the British Empire. The maps are British. The photos, except for 3, are all of British officers. Alan Octavian Hume. Even when they're talking about the Congress Party, the photo is of the British founder, Alan Octavian Hume. Lord Curzon, Lord Minto, prevailing religions, map, First World War. Now, whichever you go through it, do you see that there are hundreds of footnotes? Do you see that there are hundreds of footnotes? Let's go to the footnotes. Major events. Now, if you asked a person who knew Indian history, if you asked a Romila Thapar or a Bipin Chandra to make a list of major events, it would be very dramatically different from what is given in this table. Here it's all about the British. As if the Indians had no agency. British India and the princely states. Then, again, endless photographs of British, maps, but education, like there was no education in India before them. Okay, here, let's look at references. Interpretation Act, Imperial 2, Imperial Gazetteer of India, 3, Imperial Gazetteer of India, Lelyveld, Colonial Knowledge and Fate of Hindustan. There are a 212 footnotes, 90% of them citing Western authors, Western books, Western sources. Even the Indian non-British authors who are cited are people schooled in Western historiography. There are maybe 10%, 15% of genuine Indian input in it. But this is supposed to be the history of the British Raj in India. Okay, let's go down further. Surveys, bibliography. Look at the surveys. Cambridge Shorter History of India. You go down this. D.A. Lowe, Dodwell, Marshall, Metcalf, Riddick, Robb, Percival Spear, Burton Stein, Stanley Walpert, Specialized Topics. David Baker, Christopher Bailey, Judith Brown, Michael Carrington. Some of them may be even liberal historians and good historians. But the bias towards the text and cited source means that it will be dominated by Western historians and historiography. That's not the only one. Go to economic and social history. Yeah. Colin Simmons, Margaret Strobel. You'll find 2, 3 token Indian names in every 10. Historiography and memory. C.F. Andrews, Catriona Ellis, David Gilmartin, Andrea Major, Montana, Moore Gilbert. Doesn't sound like too many Indian names to me in there. I'm not even saying that all the British historians cited are bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we are drawing from a gene pool of information that is theirs. and your output will be, when I made my change in journalism, yeah, when in 93 I departed, I was a very conventionally trained journalist in the news agency called United News of India. In 1983-84, there was a very major drought in India. So I went to 9 states and covered the drought. And when I looked at my stories, I was totally ashamed. Because a conventional journalist went about, the pyramid structure, the building of stories, how to tell them who is the authorized source. Because I looked at my stories. By the way, they won 2 prizes. I never collected those prizes because I was ashamed of the rubbish that it read to me. None of it had the power that I had experienced in the field. I had experienced incredible power in meeting people in the drought. I walked with a family that had lost its land to the money lender and walked 180 kilometers from beyond Nashik to Mumbai with their bullock cart, walking. None of that, the power of that came because I had a conventional journalist view of who is the authority to speak on this. Who is the authority? I had the source next to me. I walked with that source. I lived with them for 4 days. But my journalism was conventional, that of a news agency. I realized then conventional journalism is about the service of power. That's what we are trained to do. It's about the service of power. And ultimately, we give the last word to authority. This is the heart and soul of Western doctrinal journalism, say in the United States. Ultimately, the last word will be that of authority. Yeah. I used to do in the 80s, 90s, a lot about how the New York Times covered Latin American countries. Their own reporter would be saying in Nicaragua that a massacre by the dictator's regime left 86 people dead in these villages. The Times would not would privilege that of the State Department's report over their own reporter. Yeah. Our State Department said, confirmation came in of 12 deaths. That's it. Okay? Because I realized then when I turned down those prizes that I had no business accepting them when I had not done the stories of what people were actually going through and was speaking to the collector, district administrator. I was speaking and listening. Then I swore that I would go back and do those stories again, in which my job was to listen. To listen to people. Yeah. Then coming back yet again to your point about the anti-oral tradition. Oh, different people will say different things. Of course they will. That's why they're different people. Do we want to live in a human race where all of us are clones and robots and not saying anything different? Then I just need to interview you and the story is over. Why do I need to interview 1,000 other people of course different people. Our job is to contextualize it, to give them that thing. So decolonization starts again with what I started in the beginning. Whose knowledge are we dealing in? Who are the producers of knowledge? Who are the privileged chroniclers of that knowledge? Who are the privileged analysts? We are of that knowledge. And will people say different things? Oh yes. Can people make mistakes? Absolutely. Tell me, our experts don't make mistakes? Our experts don't make mistakes. Look at agriculture. It's been the playground of experts who have destroyed it in 5 continents. You know, in 1960s, when I was growing up as a child, there was a miracle. It was called DDT. You've heard of DDT? Yeah. The man was nominated for the Nobel Prize, and he was nominated by another Nobel Prize winner, Norman Borlaug, who got the Nobel Prize for the Green Revolution. Today we are looking at the leftovers of the Green Revolution and what it's done to farmers. But DDT, within 10 years, every government in the world was banning DDT after millions of people had been either fatally or permanently affected by DDT. We used that poison without concern. It destroyed many species of, there are such things called, it's a scientific word, not mine, beneficial pests. Pests that prey on other pests and keep your crop safe. DDT, GM are destroying even the beneficial pests. With the rise of new generations of pests that are immune to the GM, to the gene editing or whatever that has happened. So of course we need people to tell us different things. And for me, if people say something, can people say something silly? Oh yes. But for me, journalism at its heart, journalism is a discipline of verification. That's what I'm supposed to do as a reporter. Check it out. I'm not accepting anybody, whether it is an agricultural laborer in Bihar or the Prime Minister of India. I'm not a reporter if I accept everything I'm told at face value. Of course I will question it. If it sounds odd to me, I'm going to check it out. So the idea of saying, hey, people say different things, so we shouldn't be doing it, is an argument for doing nothing. You will make mistakes. Hasn't the human race made a few billion mistakes in the last century alone? That is not the point. The point is that also remember that it's not that one person is going to tell you everything. It's what you get together as a society, as a collective, are speaking in different voices from which you derive coherence. At least that your college education should have trained you for. To be able to derive that coherence from that vast gene pool, which very often is contradictory or seems contradictory, but can add up to make a lot of sense. So how do we do that? That we'll discuss in the techniques. Decolonization begins with the decolonization of our minds. With liberating our minds from the obvious superiority, assumed obvious superiority of some other race or person sitting somewhere in some European country. I think one of the most beautiful essays I have ever read is Sartre's introduction to Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Sartre is written as a European, but looking through the farce of the European vision implanted in Africa. It's such a beautiful, it begins with, not so long ago, there were 800 million creatures on the planet. 50 million people, the rest were natives. Okay, 50 million were human beings, the rest were natives. He takes apart that imperial vision. It is so beautifully done. And allows us to sort of gain an additional lens to understand what Frantz Fanon was saying from Algeria. Right? So there are some very beautiful questioning of these worldview, Eurocentric worldviews, by leading Europeans themselves. But we now have to do it. You know, it's a very sarcastic essay where he says, when they start mimicking our words, we are so pleased. We say, look, proudly we say, look, they've learned to speak. The paternalistic, imperial attitude to voices speaking in the countries they have enslaved. Yeah. So that's yet another thing. So the decolonization begins in the mind. That between us and ordinary people collectively, societies collectively, they know a lot more than us. I never go out, I discuss with farmers about methods of farming, I do all sorts of things, but every trip I go out, and I've been on thousands of reporting trips, I see as going out to learn. I'm not the great educator civilizing the savages. I am there to learn. And each trip I go with the formula, the golden learning formula. I've been a teacher 41 years. And the golden formula for learning is, I don't know. You start there. You start with I don't know. You will know a hell of a lot in a shorter time than if you assumed you knew. So all these things are part of the decolonization. And the very important part of it in the archives is to break that dependence on sheer dependence on textual matter. Then you are automatically decolonizing from the material of the colonizer. I'm not saying you can't use it. I'm saying it should not be central. It should not be everything. And even where you use the text of the colonizer, you need to interpret it. You need to analyze it. You need to bring out the biases, the prejudices in it. Let me show you one great thing there about the British Empire. Look at this, the text. How calmly one is 1857. You've all heard of the great uprising of 1857. It's called a Sepoy Mutiny, or the 1857 Mutiny, or the 1857 Rebellion. By the way, what is the dictionary definition of mutiny? A mutiny is a rebellion against a legally constituted authority. Was British Empire in India legally constituted? In 104 nations of the world, the British Empire was illegally, unacceptingly imposed on millions of people, some of whom, like indigenous people, whole races were wiped out, like in the Caribbean. Whole tribes were wiped out, like in eastern India. Yeah. This was not, and by the way, it was neither a mutiny nor a rebellion. It was the greatest agrarian uprising the world had ever seen till then. Okay? It happened alongside major changes in land ownership, land relations that the British had introduced, that had disenfranchised, dispossessed millions of peasants, leading to huge famines across. Now, if you were a British Indian soldier in British uniform sitting in the barracks in Lucknow, and you got the information that your 48-member joint family had died of starvation, it wasn't going to endear you to your superior officer, correct? That's how the mutiny began. when the soldiers started getting information of what was happening to their families. Who were these soldiers? They were peasants in uniform. Even today, the Indian Army, not Air Force, not Navy, the Indian soldier is a kisan. The Indian Jawan is a kisan. Kisan is farmer. The Indian Jawan is soldier. Young man, young soldier. The Indian Jawan is a kisan in uniform. He has to be sensitive to the mood of his village. He will be sensitive. If you are from a tribe and you learn that your entire tribe has been wiped out, will you be insensitive and say, oh, that's okay, I support the British Raj? You're not going to do that. This was the greatest agrarian uprising. Greater than any that had been 1857, Said, was the greatest agrarian uprising in the history of the world till that point. Maybe there was a bigger one, maybe, later on in China, around the time of the Boxer Rebellion. All these Western historians have made these into rebellions and mutinies, into political actions, rather than looking at the giant depredation. Do you know the latest work on British Raj in India, again, comes from a British and an Australian historian, and it shows us, would anyone here care to guess how many excess deaths there were in India in 40 years of British rule? They ruled 200 years, but 40 years, 1881 to 1921, there were 4 censuses, also conducted by the British. Over and above the normal deaths you have annually, you have excess deaths. Like in COVID, we count, suppose a society has 10,000 deaths annually, but in the COVID years, they have 20,000. Then how do we understand it? We say there were 10,000 excess deaths in that society, correct? That's what is called an excess death. It was not within the normal average of deaths annually. Do you know how many excess deaths there were between 1881 and 1921? And please remember that India in those days included present-day Bangladesh, Pakistan, a little bit of Burma, most of Nepal, and even little bits further of the northwestern frontier provinces, later in Pakistan. Can anyone take a guess about what 2 Western historians have concluded? They are economic demographers of very high quality. Would anyone like to take a guess about how many Indians died? Excess deaths. Between 100 and 168 million. Yeah, the paper, they're not counting the famines separate, that's separate. This is 1881 to 1921. The Bengal famine you're thinking of comes in 1942, and the first Bengal famine is under Warren Hastings, that's 1769 to 71. 1881 to 1921, 168 million unaccounted excess deaths. Now, who is ever going to tell you this story? Even now we are dependent on them. Because there were 2 good historians there, with an honest, as one of them described it, it was like discovering mass graves. I mean, you just, another historian in another context said it was like discovering mass graves. We have no idea of how many hundreds of millions. Look, the biggest genocides in history happened with Native Americans in the United States, 98% of the population wiped out. With Aboriginal peoples in Australia, 90% of the people were wiped out. With not just Jewish people, but higher than Jewish people, the Roma in Europe, who, 68% of European Jewry was wiped out in the genocide. 75% of the Roma people were wiped out in the same genocide. look at where these genocides came from. It was what Fanon repeatedly said. It invariably begins in Europe. If we can't learn something from that history, we'll learn nothing. For decolonizing, we need to understand what colonialism did. To understand, only if we understand what colonialism was, can we understand how we decolonize and why we decolonize. For that, we have to understand what colonialism did. Yeah. So that is the thing. And the idea of people's archives are, who are they accountable? They're accountable to people, to the communities they cover. Thanks.
So we can just take a 5 minutes of questions, like if you have anyone just to respond or to reflect, or if you have any questions. Any questions, comments?
Anybody else want to start?
Sure, definitely. I guess people, they just need more.
The idea of decolonize our minds, because we internalized
Yes.
the image
Yes.
that the colonist has depicted to us through their archives and through their media. There was a novel written in 2008 about a Qatari novelist who wrote a story. The title was The Pirate. That novel talks about a man, a real personality. His name is Rahama bin Jabir al-Jalahma. When you read the story, he just took the narrative that was depicted in the archives, and the publishing company was, I think maybe it's a European or American company. They had a branch in Qatar. And when I read that story, I went back to the archives, and there is a paragraph in the story that he describes this man, this personality. And it was like a cut and paste from a journalist who lived in the 1800s and who came across that personality, his words that describe the man who has been like a national, I can't say a freedom fighters, because there is some interest in the tribal struggle that the British supported one tribe against another, the tribe who were obedient to the British, and he was the head of the other tribe. So the journalist described the man very racist, and the way it's described is similar to the way some of the novels written in America about the Red Indians. That the savage, being a savage, being not clean, dirty, being cruel to his followers, like an Arab sheikh who is very cruel to the followers. And he is not really abide to any hygienic, Western man hygienic standards. Unfortunately, a novel that is produced in Qatar and supported by the culture society in Qatar, that novel won a prize in Qatar. And I'm sure the people who gave the prize, they were not really thinking the deep, in the same narrative you are talking about.
Correct.
We need to decolonize ourselves before anything else.
That's right.
Thanks.
just a fast comment. The lady just talked about the pirate. So same is the story. Maybe you have heard about a name, Barbossa. Barbossa is known as the famous pirate, and maybe some of you have watched the movie Pirates of Caribbean. Then you can understand there's a character Barbossa. So he's portrayed at, like, when you see him, something come to your mind is like one of his leg is cut off and one of his eyes is missing and chopped, and he's a very cruel guy. But in actual, Barbossa is considered as one of the greatest admiral of the Ottoman Empire, who hold the Europeans to come into this area. And Europeans said, until he is alive, it's impossible for us to invade the other areas, go out of the Europe. And so this is the way how he's being portrayed, and maybe most of us even we don't know what actual Barbossa was. Same is the story with the Jack Sparrow, which is the main character. So he's also portrayed as like kind of silly guy, or you know what I mean to say. But in actual, he was also one of the guy who stopped the Europeans to do the colonization. So this is how it works.
Yeah.
Mariam, I guess you have.
Yeah, thank you for your introduction about the decoloniality. I mean, my main concern when we're talking about the decoloniality of knowledge is the issue that how the long-lasting this has been practiced in this region, and how we can overcome these colonial aspects. The term of using the archives and the research, which is a term of decolonizing the knowledge, how can we make this, well, maybe it's not the right word, but acceptable for the Western universities or educational institutions? This is one question. And the second question is, as you said, the decoloniality is started from ourselves. So based on post-colonialism theory, can we consider hybridity or mimicry as a term of resistance against this colonial aspects or ideology? Thank you.
You know, I'll begin with the last question because it provokes a lot of thoughts. The first thing I'd like to say is, I am not giving priority or importance to the acceptability of what we do in Western universities. That's not how I'm starting. You know, at the same time, I will make the caveat that there are departments in Western universities which are very forward-looking, which are very progressive, which do want to. I have worked in such departments in a few universities overseas. But I did not construct People's Archive to gain acceptability to them. I constructed the People's Archive to protect and privilege the voices of ordinary people, my own people, or peoples, because we are a diverse and heterogeneous society. The first thing is, who are you accountable to? I'm not accountable to the government. I'm not accountable to the universities. I'm accountable to those people who share their knowledge, their stories, their histories, their experience with me. I'm accountable to them. The second, so the thing is, the two guys I mentioned, Jason Hickel and Dylan Sullivan, who are the authors of that study saying 168 million deaths. Pari would be very acceptable to them. It would be very acceptable to them. The approach of basing, I'll give you an example, say from climate change. We'll go into it later. We cover climate change entirely through the 95% through the voices and lived experience of those affected by climate change. Okay? They know a hell of a lot more about it. I'll show you the afternoon films from that, video films of how people are coping, including a bunch of people in Gujarat, Kutch, who migrated there 500 years ago from Turkey. How they cope with climate change. I don't believe any of you has ever seen camels that swim. Yeah, I'll show you camels that swim 2 kilometers in the sea. Adaptation to the situation there. We'll show you that. So the issue of it is, I know that there will be progressive, liberal, decent elements in the Western universities who find what we do fascinating. I've been given professorships on that basis. Yeah, but I am not doing it to please them. I'm doing it as building the largest repository of rural Indians who are seriously disadvantaged in their own media. In India, the average daily newspaper, the national dailies, they give 0.67% of their front page to rural news, news of rural origin. 0.67% to rural India where 69% of Indians live. You see the disproportion. They just don't give a damn about what happens to those people. We are accountable to those people. Yeah, many of us could gain jobs that pay us much better. We could be editors of newspapers. I could, for sure. That's not what makes me function as a human being. For me, what I'm looking at, I'll describe to you in 3 words. I seek journalism as justice. That's what it's about to me. That's what the People's Archive is to me. Journalism as justice. To those whose voices we have stifled. And I am a part of the Indian elite. You know, just as Hickel and Sullivan are a part of the British and Australian elites, but we are able to see that we are privileged and that we have to use that privilege not for personal aggrandizement, but for justice. Right? So that's one thing. The examples you gave, as you know, there are innumerable such stories of how people... Look, in the West, some of the greatest generals who ever fought in the West were American native people. Geronimo, Chief Sitting Bull, Chief Crazy Horse. These were incredible generals fighting against a different universe of technology. They were fighting against a different universe of technology, but were able to defeat everything. Right? So, and how every one of them, the history of the United States is the history of broken treaties. When you are not able to beat them, you sign a treaty with them. Within 10 years, you violate the treaty. And that's how Native American. So it becomes very, very important to get the people to speak. Today, if you are doing a people's history of the United States, the voices of Native Americans must dominate. Whether it does in the universities or not, it has to. What Professor here said, one very interesting thing that I forgot about appropriation. When you spoke, madam, when you spoke of the Qatari novel taking on the European vision, all of this, they've done it with their own literature. It's in the nature of production of industrial capitalism. Or I don't know how many of you have seen the Hollywood version, the Disney version of one of the greatest classics of European literature, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. one of the great classics of world literature. Yeah, Hugo's Hunchback of Notre Dame. In the Disney version, the Hunchback of Notre Dame has a happy ending. Because tragedies don't sell. They don't make money. The Hunchback, can you believe it? Everybody lives. The Hunchback of Notre Dame actually has a happy ending. Yeah. Thank God there's a library somewhere that has the original Hunchback of Notre Dame. Right? So we need, I believe, every society, every community needs to build its archive. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take like a 15 minutes break. So now the time is 10:55. So we'll be back at 11:10. Okay, so the break is here. The washrooms are just right behind the auditorium. Thank you.
May I suggest that we can begin with questions that are left over which they didn't ask? You have any questions or comments that we can begin with that and then move into this? Yeah? Okay. You know, I said that even a subject like climate, we talk to experts, we talk to scientists, but we foreground the voices of those who actually experience that change, who are at the receiving end of climate change. Now, this is a very unusual thing that I'll be showing you. In the Indian state of Gujarat, there is a region called Kutch and the districts of Kutch and Jamnagar, okay, where it's got something in common with Qatar. It has large desert and a coastal area. The desert is also the coastal area. So 400 years ago, the Nawab of Jamnagar invited Afghan and Irani camel herders to come to that place because it had a desert area. It still is having a substantial desert area. And so 400, 500 years ago, these communities migrated from Iran, primarily from Turkey to via Rajasthan, etc., and landed up in Gujarat. They are known as two groups, the Rabris and the Fakirani Jats. Fakirani, like in Fakir. Fakirani Jats and they still trace their ancestry. They still have a sense of it. And so they came with hundreds of camels and they bred these camels in these areas. But these were the first time the camels were actually coming to the coast. These camels had never been. So they came to the Kutch and Jamnagar area, and they fed the camels and their herders. So these hundreds of camels and the herders, they are a Muslim community, though they've also come through processes which lead to a kind of syncretic religion practice there. They are, though, Muslim communities. And they brought these camels to the Rann of Kutch and to Jamnagar, desert and coastline. Now they found nutrition for the camels in the mangroves along the coast. That's where the camels had a substitute. Camels are not feedlot grazers, they are open grazers. You know, you don't feed them in a shed. They are open grazers. Why am I telling you all this? You know it very well. They are open grazers, and so the camels would eat the mangroves. Now the camels and their herders are facing one of the most peculiar challenges of climate change that I have ever seen. In those areas, especially in Kutch, in the last 50 years, the nature of industrial development has been very haphazard. It's been very unplanned, unthinking, without consequences of environment. I'm sure you're all sick and tired of people who seem to think in a desert there is nothing, right? So what does it matter what we do in the desert? Not realizing how important and delicate and fragile the ecosystems of the desert are. So a huge number of cement factories, all these sort of things came up, and natural flora and fauna started dying. Now these places ran out of mangroves. So what do the camels and herders do? Believe it or not, they swim out into the sea across shallow islands, and the camels have learned how to swim. Have you ever seen swimming camels? The camels have learned how to swim, and a little young herder, lovely fellow, must be 12 years old or so, he swims with them, sometimes for his pleasure. He lies on a piece of wood and floats on his back with them. They go out to the islands where the camels eat the mangroves, and then they swim back. Now, to make matters worse, the forest department has declared the area a marine sanctuary. So they're not allowing the camels, and you are actually going to jail. You take your camels and you're found inside the marine sanctuary, you go to jail. So the poor Fakirani Jats and the Rabris, they work out ways of stealthily taking the camels in, few at a time, 3 at a time, and letting them eat. On top of the thing that you've got this marine sanctuary, one of the complaints that they make against the camels, the forest department, is that they are destroying the mangroves. Now, here is where technocrat knowledge is bankrupt and stupid, because they never go out and see what is actually happening. The camels actually contribute to the growth of the mangroves. How do the camels contribute to the... They are very heavy hooved creatures. Yeah. So when they go to the mangroves, They are making deep impressions in wet, fertile soil with their hooves. They eat the mangroves and they spit out the seeds. The seeds they spit out go into those pouches and are so fertile that new mangroves grow. The camels are actually contributing to the saving of the mangroves of the Kutch coast. The forest department says that's not possible. They're technocrats and bureaucrats, and they say the camels are destroying our mangroves. You know, none of them knows a mangrove properly, doesn't know the life that exists within the mangroves, which you are destroying by your cement factories and other things. Okay, so here our reporter, this is how we do it. The story is told by them. And we carry a text story and a video in this case. So you'll see a fairly detailed text story by our reporters. Jamnagar's swimming camels in deep waters. So these are, as I said, the descendants of herders from Turkey, Afghan, Rajasthan. They've come a long route. They were invited to this place when the Mughals created a Nawabi of Jamnagar, and the new prince of Jamnagar invited them. Because he thought, desert area, we should have camels. Very reasonable idea. So, see that little fellow there, he's about 10, 12 years old, 11, 12 years old. He goes out with the camels. And let me show you a little film. Can we put the volume on? Yeah, okay. This is the short version of the film. It's just 3 minutes. The full version is about 13 minutes. But have a look. Can you raise the volume, please?
આના ધારું ક્યાંય ચરવાણ છે ને અમારે માલ ક્યાં ચરવા જવા ઊંટ ફરતી હોય ને તો ત્યાં ખાડો થાય ને ચેરીઓ આપણું ઉગી જાય પછી એ ચેરીયાનો ઉછેર મોટો થઈ જાય એમાં ચેર બહુ પહેલા આઈ હું તો ચેરા જાવ બધે ઊંટ બંધ થઈ ને ત્યાંથી ચેરીઓ બધા ગાઈ ગયા
પહેલેથી જ છે અમારે ઊંટનો સંબંધ શું કે અમે પહેલેથી નાનેથી જ માલ રાખ્યો બરોબર એ અમારાથી અમે વડવાથી જ આ હાલ્યો આવે
લીમડા ખાતા રાખે ખાતા રાખે પોલન બાવે દોરા હી ભલે દીવે ના તારા તો રાતી ચારે મિલે
બંધ છે ચેર અને ચોરિયાવ જઈએ અમે ખબર ના પડે ને એવી રીતે લકાઈને અમે ચોરિયાવ ચારવા જઈએ છીએ
દરિયા વગરના રીએ ને ખારાઈ કેમલ હે આને દરિયો જોઈએ ચેરના પાન ખાવા જોઈએ હવે ચેરના પાન ખાવા નથી તો મરી ન જાય મરી જાય
મને ઊંટ બહુવાલી લાગે પ્યારી લાગે અને આટલો દરિયો જો ખુલ્લો હોય તો અમે જઈ શકીએ ને તો અમને કોઈ કહી ના શકે તો એ ખુલ્લા પટમાં એને ચારવાની મજા આવે અને અમને પણ મજા આવે
By the way, the film, this is, as I said, a snippet from a larger film of 13 minutes. The film is shot by a 23-year-old girl, Urja. It's very good to send young people here because the robberies, they feel safer speaking. You know, these are young kids, they speak to them freely. Whereas if someone older went, they might think you're connected to the police or to the forest department or the bureaucracy. And with her, they spoke quite easily. So this is the story of camels in climate change. Yeah, there is a very detailed, remember, there is a very detailed text story giving you the full history from 17th century onwards. You know, when Jamnagar was founded, actually 16th century, 1540. And so you have a huge amount of information in about 1,500 words. You have a video and you have excellent photographs. Yeah, so that's one of the examples which I could give you of how ordinary people try coping with the environment. In the home state of Said, Tamil Nadu, there is a region called Rameswaram at the tip of the country, where the Indian Ocean, the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal meet. Over there are two spectacular things happening relating to climate, which I'll show you both of them. One, the fishermen of the area are deeply concerned because the waters are getting stronger, the currents are getting much stronger, the waters are getting much warmer, and the fish shoals are getting scarcer. They're moving to different routes where it's cooler. So the fishing community thought about it. Yeah. As I said, when we go out, our aim is to learn, not to educate. Now you will find tremendous material on oceans and climate change in the official IPCC reports. You know, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They bring out reports full of information which are guaranteed, if you read 25 pages, are guaranteed to permanently damage your sanity. Each word is 9 syllables. Each sentence is 20 lines with 10 commas. It's simply impossible for ordinary people to read those reports. I tell you with some feeling, because I'm a guy who has to read them. So, what we do is, we go to these fisher folk and look at what they are doing. and how we can help. Now, this astonishing experiment is still thriving. The fisher folk understood better than anyone. They understood that something is happening in the seas which we don't quite grasp. So what did they do? A bunch of fishermen, some of them not literate also, have set up their own radio station to educate and discuss within the community what is the fate of the fishing community in today's society, and to educate themselves on what is happening in the seas and how to deal with it. Do you know why I believe this is a unique radio station in the world? It's called Kadalosai, Sound of the Waves. Do you know who the radio announcers are? Do you know who the disc jockeys are? The radio jockeys are, the RJs and the DJs are fishermen. See, if this is the sea, yeah, this is the beach, and the radio station is on the edge of the beach. So in the evening, the fisherman is coming home on his boat. He gets off his boat, walks across the beach, and becomes an RJ or DJ in the radio station. Can you get more authentic radio journalism than that? The guy who's been out at sea half an hour ago is telling you what's happening in the sea. He is telling you, look, the shoals are here. If you want, go this way, so much to the east or west. Do it by tomorrow, day after, because the shoals are not going to stay there forever. And then the radio station has a lot of regular output. Okay? The regular output is of film songs, music. Oh, by the way, they have songs of fishermen. Every night when they are on, they'll bring some songs that the fishermen sing in the boats and the fisherwomen sing at the market. They carry these songs. If you go to the village of that area, you'll find a 60, 70-year-old fisherwoman sitting selling fish, and with a radio station, and with a radio. The radio must be 50 years old. And she's listening to that radio station. Because it's for her. It's for her community. She doesn't want, it's not that she doesn't want to listen to other things. She also wants to listen to film music. She also wants to listen to drama and theater. But she wants to listen to someone who is carrying information vital to their survival, to their lives. Sometimes that guy will come in and say, don't go sailing for the next 4 days. It's going to be very bad. They coordinate with the meteorological department to give advice to fishermen out at sea. Right? So this is also another part. This is called, they are called Kadal. What the heck has happened here? You know, I shifted to this computer and I'm not able to understand. Well, while he is setting it right, I will tell you the little blank screen. Okay. Yeah, let's come back now. You press this button here. Yes, I did. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, the one old lady who had an encyclopedic knowledge of this is the board for the 3rd anniversary of the radio station, Kadalosai. The radio station is called Kadalosai, Sound of the Waves. These are all young fishermen. They go out to sea every morning. Yeah. So this old lady in the market, our reporter was asking her, she knew all the species of fish that had sailed through those channels. You know, every sea has channels, particular channels. And she recited the name of 25 species which would sail in these areas, which would swim in these areas. And then she said, how many are lost? How many species of fish are there today? And our reporter asked her about, okay, and she would say, in this channel, pomfret, salmon, etc. In that channel, another breed of fish, surmai, ravas, bombeda, mackerel. And then our reporter asked her, which channel do I find that species of fish? And very Tamilian humor, the old lady said, oh, that fish, which channel? That fish you will only find today on Discovery Channel. So, here you are with this guy is a DJ, an RJ, this young guy here. He's a fisherman coming back in, and he's present. Captain Raj is one of their leading fishermen, and he's promoting a fisherman's song. I don't know, I don't hear it.
Yelo, yeloti vange, vangida tola, valanga terve, tengai melagum, yamma terveta pakum, manje ninje, manamula sembu, sembuga vadive, tirumudi kalage, vargatu pirna, तेरोटम बाकी तेराना तेरी नाचिया तेरी यम्मा नायन तेडी ओडिया वरवा इंगे वरुमुत्तम दरवाल दरवाल नायगे यता तंदिडु दाये இது அடிமட்டத்தில இருந்து ஆண்டவனை தொடுகிற ஒரு அம்பா கடல் மாதாவை நோக்கி பாடுகிற ஒரு பாடல். இதுக்கு நாங்க பாடல் வரியாக விளக்கம் கொடுக்கணும்னா
As he says, for every line he can give an explanation, and he does. I'm just showing you one minute to give you a sense. Now, people believe in many respects this is a people's archive. It is collecting the knowledge of that community, by the community, for the community, of the community. Okay? It is capturing the generational handed down knowledge of the fishing community from centuries. Another one from Tamil Nadu. I mean, we report, we are the only journal in India that tries reporting from 95 regions of the country. There are, in my count, 95 regions and sub-regions. Along another spectacular happening along the coast, which is seriously affected by climate change, is the work that women of the fishing community do. They do a work, women on the coastline of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they do one job more on the Bay of Bengal side than in Arabian Sea. They do a job that makes tens, hundreds of millions of dollars for big pharmaceutical multinational companies. They get the equivalent of what your real is 21 rupees, Saeed? 21 rupees. So 230 rupees is how much? They get 10 reals per kilogram of the seaweed that they collect. I'm sure you all know that the jelly you cook in your food, the jelly, that comes from seaweed. So the food industry needs that jelly. Then many life-saving drugs and medicines are, as you know, 85% of all medicines are plant-based. But particularly some life-saving drugs draw from the properties of seaweed. So these women, it's a very funny commute. They walk out in the morning, the shortest work commute. They get out of their hut, they walk 50, 100 yards, and they're at office, because their office is the sea. You know what they do in the sea? They walk into the sea and fully clothed, they're wearing their saris, everything. They walk into the sea and collect seaweed from the bottom of the sea. As the seaweed retreats, because the sea is coming in further, the waters are warming, it's getting deeper, they are having to go further and further out to sea to collect seaweed. Like the camels are going to islands, they are also going to the islands, but the women drive the boat themselves, they carry the seaweed and bring it back. They are diving without oxygen masks. Okay, they get goggles. Some NGO, non-governmental organization has given them goggles, and some of them have gloves. They have no oxygen tanks, nothing. They dive into 6 meters of water, collect it on the ground. Now, how did we do this story? Our chief photographer comes from an extremely poor community of Dalits. Okay, the former untouchables, so to speak. He is the son of agricultural laborers' parents, and his mother is a fish vendor who sits on the streets of Madurai selling fish. Now, because he is from these communities, he has an empathy and a depth of feeling that you and I cannot match. And this boy, he's a young fellow, he took these incredible photographs, which have won Pari many prizes. He took these incredible photographs on a GoPro 1, which he borrowed from his friend. GoPro 1, I think today you're in GoPro 12, GoPro 11 or GoPro 12. He did it with GoPro 1. You know the action, you know the GoPro cameras, the little ones? You can put on your car bonnet also, that. And another he had an old Nikon camera, not a DSLR, old Nikon camera, very limited, wrapped it in plastic, and he dived with the women and took the photographs. Have a look. This is the seaweed harvesters. What do you think of that photograph, Said? And this is only one. They get better and better. I made one exception as editor. I allowed an essay. Normally we take 10, 12 photographs for good stories, but I allowed to carry 56 with this, because you'll never get such photographs. Yeah? So here, she is diving. They're up by 3. They have got to be at work at 5 a.m., need to complete all their household tasks. They commute to the vast wet workplace. They step out of their homes, stride up to the sea and dive in. Sometimes they take a boat to nearby islands. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to show you this story in pictures. Though, actually, it's probably nicer to see the full photographs. I'll show you a few in large size. See this. This is 2.5 sorry, this is 4.5 to 5 meters from the surface. She's collecting that. She's collecting that. And then coming up with it. I think this is one of the most beautiful sea photographs I have seen in 30 years. Yeah? Taken on a primitive camera. You know, our philosophy of photography has always been, for me, the camera is a lump of metal with a hole in it. The photo is in your head and heart. That's where the photograph is. Camera is a lump of, that said, some lumps of metal are better than other lumps of metal. But he did this on primitive lumps of metal. Now when they come up, they tie the seaweed in these bags. Now you can read all the IPCC reports, you will not know of this. IPCC got in touch with us when the story came out. The guys who were working on oceans, they said, this is amazing. Please give us all the information you have. I said, all the information we have put it up in the archive. You want, we can send you copies of the photographs. Look, they're going out to sea in the morning, okay? Because they're having to go up to the islands for that. That's them. Some of them are in their 60s. Some of them are in their late 50s. You can see her, right? She's about 60. Oh, what a photograph. She's diving, okay? Again, please note, all of them are fully dressed in saris. What their normal day wear is, they're wearing. And actually, most of them would own only 2 or 3 saris, maximum. Now look at this fantastic thing our photographer did. He goes to the floor, lies on his back on the floor of the ocean, and shoots a shoal of fish as they're moving over him. Can you see? He has shot the fish from below. He is on the floor. These are the algae, the seaweed, that go into your kitchen to make jelly, that go into the big pharma companies to make life-saving drugs perhaps, but many medicines. That's at the bottom of the sea. This is about, 3 meters or so. Look at that shot. He has just won a new award, Asian College of Journalism, Impact Journalism, Photography Award. Now, these are the women going home in the evening after a day of collection of seaweed. As you can see, they're exhausted. They're tired out. How it's possible to sleep in a rocking boat, that's another question. I've tried it and always failed. But here they are, so exhausted and tired out. Then they come home. Then look at the amount of seaweed they've collected, okay? They've collected well over 100 kilograms of seaweed. Each of them maybe 2, 3, whatever kilograms. Then they bring it here and they're going into their villages where the trader is coming to weigh the seaweed, and the women are out selling their seaweed and into their village. The photographer's name is Palani Kumar, and he could stay with the community another rule of archiving, oral people's archiving. You stay or spend time with the community that you're working with. No parachute journalism allowed. That you bang in there, take photos, 2 hours, talk to people, get a quote, come back. This is banned. In Pari, we will not carry anything like that. We have to know that you have fully engaged with those people, that their voices dominate the story, that their perspective of what is going on is the lens the reporter will bring in. The reporter, she or he may make additional comments, but the privileged foregrounding in the article is to them. See, they are not going to know about the details of some pharmaceutical multinational, but they know that somebody is making big money out of their work. That they are aware of. Okay? If you are patient with people, stay with them. Another thing that all of us do in our People's Archive, at least I have done it for 40 years. If I go to a place where someone is doing some work, I try doing that work. You will get a much better sense of it. Now, in India, we have a program, National Rural Employment Guarantee Program. It's incredibly hard work, digging in the fields, and you have to dig so many square feet to get the full amount, etc. Every year, I try doing 2 days of work on the Rural Employment Guarantee Program. It's very humiliating that the 13-year-old girl next to me, who's wearing a full sari, to cheat the official, because if he knows she's 13, she will not be allowed to work. But she has a family to feed, right? So she'll come wearing a big sari. She may be 11, 12 years old. She'll come wearing a full sari to make herself look old, because the cutoff age is 14 years. Okay? Under the Factories Act and the industrial laws. 14 years, below that it's child labor. But this is not captured child labor, it's not captive child labor. It's that the girl is trying to help her family. They can't, all of them work in order to do that. So it's very humiliating for me. I'm in this ground with a crowbar trying to dig. And a little 13-year-old comes and she digs 3 times the amount I do in half an hour. Yeah, because she's got the rhythm, she's got the leverage, she knows the geometry. And I'm looking at her very, very humiliated that a 13-year-old is outperforming me like on a 3-to-1 basis. Yeah, but it's there that you get your story. For me, that is the story. That how incredibly hard that work is, that I, a fairly fit person, and I've been doing this for ever since that program came. Before that, I used to do it with the Food for Work program. I'll tell you what I did when the journalists of Kurnool district in Andhra Pradesh, then Telangana, before division, they asked me to come and do a workshop. You know the workshop I did for them? I have to tell you that they never invited me back again. Because it was 45, 46 degrees. And they said, Mr. Sainath, they all knew me from my books as journalists. They said, will you do a workshop for us? I said, okay. We are going to a Food for Work program site tomorrow. So the poor things, young journalists, they went and got a mini bus to take some 16, 20 of us. This was in 2003 when, a camera with 5 megapixels was considered, something wonderful. And 3 megapixels was the standard Sony camera. Yeah. So they came with their shiny new cameras notebooks, Parker pens, all of that. And I said, now leave your notebooks, your cameras, everything in the bus. Get out of the bus and dig. Dig. In the first half hour, 2 or 3 of them threw up. It's 45, 47 degrees heat. They're journalists, okay? They've never done physical labor in that kind of heat. 2, 3 of them threw up. 2 of them had heat stroke. Yeah. You know what? They'll hate me forever, but whenever they do a story on poor people, they have that memory. Whenever they do a story on that, they have the memory of how hard it is to do that work. And there were these young girls around us, wondering who these clowns are, coming and taking their crowbar, and she is impatiently waiting for me to return her crowbar so that she can do the damn work and go home. Yeah? That's the training of workshop that I gave journalists. As I said, the Journalists Association of Kurnool still sends me greetings, but they've never called me to do another workshop. That once was enough. Some of those guys are now editors of their papers. So, one thing, take this as a basic rule, and our friend, your partner's comment about, anti-oral tradition people, the critiques they make. Oh, people say something, they may lie. Here's a golden rule for oral archiving. For archiving. People may lie. People's lives don't lie. So you have to get close to the lives of people. People's lives do not lie. An individual person may lie, may exaggerate, may understate. But you are there as the observer to see the rhythm of that person's life. That person, golden rule, people's lives do not lie. Just as the lives of the multi-billionaires do not lie, the lives of poor people are even less capable of lying. The multimillionaires can, like Warren Buffett, maintain a very modest residence and all that. So his lifestyle does not tell you the truth about his wealth. But these fisherwomen, you practice their life for a day, there are no lies. Generally, people's lives do not lie. Our principle is tell the story through the lives of people, not through the lies of people. Tell it through the lives of people. Get into the lives of people as close as you possibly can. Some of us do the extreme thing of trying to do every job. I am not going to be diving for seaweed. That I can promise you. I let young, fit Palani do that. Yeah. And look at the story he brings up. Do people's lives lie? Do you see anything in that? Now, if that person just said it in text, you may not take it as seriously as you're taking it now when you are seeing the hardship, when you are seeing the work. You will not take it as seriously. You'll take it much more seriously because you've seen that person at work. So that's where your visual comes in importantly. That's where videos come in importantly. And that's where songs of labor come in importantly. Do you know there's a genre of songs where people, women, in India, very poor women, working in the fields, working in the mines, working at the road construction, within 48 hours of having given birth to a baby, they're back at work. Do you know there's a whole genre of songs of women doing harvesting while their babies are lying in little cloth cradles hung from the trees, there are songs of these women also. Find me, how much more does that convey to you than 25 entries in Wikipedia? Which is the more communicative? Which tells you more? The lives of people tell you more. The actual lives of people. So, so the poor people everywhere. Now, these women do not know the words climate change. They don't know what the hell that means. In my opinion, it is in any way a very bogus term. The real word which the corporate sector managed to kill in 2 decades of propaganda, the correct word is global warming. Global warming leads to questions. Why is it warming? Who is responsible for its warming? Climate change precludes questions. Climate change, oh, it changes. Changes 4 times a year in my country. So climate change is what you call a vanilla word. It has no particular essence or flavor. It's vanilla. It says nothing. That's what climate change is. The global automobile industry led the attack on the word climate change. Led the attack on the word global warming until everybody switched to climate change. We also now have to use it for people. Now the women here, they don't know what is climate change, but they know what climate change is doing to them. They know better than you and me what the seas are doing. Those fishermen you met, they know better than any scientist what the seas are actually doing to their lives. Yeah? They may not know the word climate change, but they know what it does. Tell it through the lives of people. This is another thing about climate change. Do you see the man walking uphill? This is in the eastern Himalayas, Arunachal Pradesh. Do you see the man walking uphill, and what do you see following him? His puppy dog? That's not a dog. That's a yak. That yak has lost its mother. It thinks that man is his mother, is its mother. So it follows him everywhere like he's the mother. Now, in the story of the yak is an incredible story of climate change, but only when it's told through the lives of the yak and their herders. Okay? The yak is an incredible animal. At minus 30 degrees, it'll still survive very happily. Yaks survive minus 30, minus 35 degrees. They've been known to survive in. Right? You know what's happening to the yak? At the same yak, which can calmly survive without a coat, without an overcoat, without woolens, because it carries the wool. The yak that can survive at minus 35 degrees will die of a heat wave when the temperature crosses plus 15. Plus 21, which you and I would consider very pleasant weather, that is a killer heat wave for yaks. Because they've grown and groomed and grazed and fed 9,000 feet above sea level in the Himalayas. Now, global warming is causing the glaciers to melt. Okay? It's causing the glaciers to melt. So how are the yak communities, the Brokpas, he's a Brokpa. He's a community in the eastern Himalayas. These guys breed the yak. And and they sell us that wool which we call Kashmir. more the Western Changpas do it, but these also sell the thing of the yak. Now the yak are dying because the temperatures are warming up. 15, 20 degrees, they can't survive. Look at a bunch, a tribe that is 1,000 years old, how they have saved their yak at great risk to themselves. What are they doing? They are going higher and higher into the mountains. In the Western Himalayas, their cousin brothers and cousin sisters, called the Changpas, are grazing grounds between 15,000 and 19,000 feet above sea level. Because the yaks can't take the heat at 9,000 feet anymore. So they've become transhumance migrants, these herder communities. These are all pastoral nomads. You have them, you have pastoral nomads in Qatar. They have done their own thinking. No scientist went there and advised them what to do. They have reacted to it. They know that nobody is going to do anything for them. They're poor people. They've reacted to it by adjusting their mode of production, by adjusting the levels of the mountains at which they are grazing. The Brokpas have done one more interesting thing. Since the yak is dying of heat, they've created a new species by hybriding the yak. If I'm confusing you, stop me. They are hybriding the yak with highland cattle called coat. The new species, the hybrid species, born of the coat and the yak, it's called Zomo. The Zomo, D-Z-O-M-O. Now the Zomo, because it's one parent of the Zomo is highland cattle, it has greater resilience to heat. No scientific institution advised them. They figured it out themselves. Okay? That's why I said we go to learn. Now the problem, there are problems with what they're doing. The Zomo helps them, and they can sell the meat of the Zomo, but its time is very limited. The male Zomo, in many hybrids this happens, the male Zomo is sterile. It cannot produce further progeny. Yeah, so you can use the hide, you can use one time the wool, you can use the meat, but you can't keep the animal alive too long. But for me, the point is that some very ancient tribes are doing their own thinking. They recognize better. You and I don't have that urgency to change things, right? But they have the urgency to change things. Let me tell you what the United Nations chief on climate change said beautifully. He retired last year. Philip Alston, the special rapporteur and this is relevant to every human being who is concerned about the future of the race and about ordinary people. This is what the United Nations Special Rapporteur said in his farewell speech. He said, climate change threatens to undo the last 50 years of development, global health, and poverty reduction. It threatens to undo 50 years of progress in global health and poverty reduction. Even if current targets are met, even if current targets 1.5 degrees increase Celsius, even if current targets are met, I'm quoting verbatim, tens of millions will be impoverished, leading to widespread displacement and hunger. We could push 120 million more people into poverty by 2030. In the next 5 years, we could push an additional 120 million people into poverty and have the most severe impact in poor countries, regions, and places where poor people live and work. Many will have to choose between migration and starvation. This is the choice for hundreds of millions of people in the world. They have to choose between migration and starvation. And this, to me, is the most telling quote from his speech. We risk a climate apartheid scenario in the world. He's saying the world is headed towards climate apartheid. We risk a climate apartheid scenario where the wealthy, we risk a climate apartheid scenario where the wealthy pay to escape overheating and conflict while the rest of the world is left to suffer. Presently, while people in poverty are responsible for just a fraction of global emissions, they are the people who contribute the least to global anti-climate emissions. They will bear the brunt. They will bear most of the impact of climate change. He says most human rights bodies have barely begun to grapple with what portends to be a disaster for ordinary and poor working people. So we are trying to tell the stories of climate through the lives of those people, those migrants, those fishermen, those yak herders, etc. Would you like to end it here and have you discuss, make questions?
We'll just have 10 minutes of discussion before we wrap up for lunch. I just wanted to ask, before I hand it over, so how much do you think we can take the ideas of the past stories of change, the people, even the weather has multiple names, the monsoon had different names, there are different poetry, folklore, songs, for different weathers and seasons and everything. So do you kind of see it as kind of part of oral environmental history, and how do you think is the best way to capture, particularly now the younger generation are not kind of aligned with that idea? How do you see that?
Well, actually, Saeed, we actually have done that. There is a genre of music in India, in the villages only, and only in poor people, called grind mill songs. The old way, maybe your grandmother knew what a grind mill was, right? They grind Now, most better off people have replaced that with electric and electronic appliances. But the old grind mill. That was the creation zone, the free expression zone of the woman of the home. She could say anything she wanted there. She knew her husband was not listening, right? So these songs, you'd expect them to be idyllic village songs. They are highly informative. They are filled with knowledge, information. And answering your question, here is one where 9 songs of summer. These are the grind mill songs, okay? You know how many songs we have collected? In one language, 110,000. They're all written by poor women in their homes, handed down from grandmother to daughter to granddaughter and so on. Morning songs on making flour. Let me get you this one. In whose mansion that grinding at dawn at night? Yashoda Umbre. Morning songs on making flour. You can go to any number of such songs. Here we are. Now this is a festival time and there is a group grinding because this happens in poor communities. All women go to one house rather than be lonely at your home and do it. 5, 6 of them sit together and do the grinding at the ground mill. Can you see the grind mill? That's the grind mill. So spices, aims, etc. Let's go to English and you'll see what happens. There are songs of the harvest. There are songs of the trains and migrations. There are songs about Ambedkar, because these are coming from the lowest, poorest strata of society. They sing about him. There are 150 songs on Gandhi and 1,500 on Ambedkar, showing you the class of the singer. Yeah. Songs of love, exile, and sorrow. Women, songs on patriarchy, songs of rivalry, tips to a new mother, chariot to prosperity, invitation to a family, fasting to liberate the soul, a billion salutations to the Buddha. What is the worth of a woman's endless work? This woman has done, she knows, 5,000 grind mill songs. Yeah? Kusum Sonavani. And the 72-year-old, yeah, she actually has, now most of these songs are not recorded. 110,000 we have got the text from a team in the 80s and 90s that did the collection. But those days there were no video cameras and anything, right? Now what we are doing is our reporters are going back to the villages, talking to the older women, asking them, please perform that song for us. And we are capturing it on video and audio. Yeah? This is the biggest collection of songs by poor women anywhere in the world in one language. You can just hear a snippet of it. She is talking about the toil of women's labor in doing this work. Yeah. So we have literally, they're called OVs. Like in Hindi, they are called dohas, couplets. And they're about every subject that you can imagine. We are being able to trace workers' migrations from village to the towns in the 1920s, 1930s through these songs. Yeah. There is no historian's text in India House, London, which will give us the stories of these women and their singing. Because a mother who has seen her child migrate to the city is worrying about him every day. She's singing about him. One day she may even go and visit him in Mumbai. Nowadays they can. But nowadays, farming itself is in danger. See, six songs of rain, 9 songs of summer. Fighting for water is fighting inequality. Yeah, this is the history of a people. This is history. The question is whether we are willing to learn from it. Yeah.
Any questions? Anyone like to add? Comment, reflect?
Thank you for the interesting stories. I mean, it shows the importance of the community preservation outside the governmental or the official preservation. And specifically in the story of the seaweed collectors, I mean, when I was looking at the images, there's a lot of similarities to the historical pearl diving history that we have here in Qatar, and the suffering and the difficult conditions for the divers, where it is rarely highlighted in the narrative of like the pearl diving or the diving economy back then. So my question here is that first, do you face any resistance when you start a community project with any new group of people? Do you find any resistance? Do you have any strategies that you started to build the trust between you and the community? And the second question is that how do you deal with conflicting stories among the same project?
Well, easier part of the question is, how do we deal with conflicting histories? We don't impose one on everybody. If there are conflicting histories, so let it be. Yeah. Now, if are you studying at this university or teaching at this university? You work here. Yeah. Now, suppose you asked your students, to go to the Olympics and report on it for you, give essays on it. Say your counterpart in Midwestern United States does the same with her students. You will get vastly differing accounts. And yet, does it make one or the other or both liars? It doesn't. Right? They are telling, the part of our problem is that we are caught up with this horrible doctrine of objectivity of Western journalism. Okay? That is nonsense. There are three kinds of objectivity, in my opinion. The worst is the doctrinal Western journalism objectivity, which pretends that the journalist is above the fray, that the journalist is above the fray, that the journalist is neutral and has no values, and all this nonsense is completely exposed when they cover the children of Gaza. Where is the objectivity when they cover what's happening in Palestine? Where is this objectivity? Where is the right of reply when the enemy, you say right of reply, objectivity, balance. Where is the balance and objectivity and right of reply when the enemy is an Arab and a Muslim? Are you giving that person the right of reply? Have you ever seen a fair, balanced right of reply? Are the Palestinian people, you see tons of Israeli propaganda. Do you see the right of reply of the Palestinians being given equal importance? If there was such a thing as their objectivity, that would happen. It doesn't happen because there is no such thing. Every one of us has to acknowledge, I said two things in the morning. We have to acknowledge that we come from a system, that we are privileged people. The journalist is a privileged person. The second thing to acknowledge, and only we can start being objective, only when we acknowledge that every one of us is the product of some value system. We have all grown in different, that's why your students would give you different accounts of Olympics than the students of your counterpart in Midwest America. They come with different value systems. They're reporting the world with different value systems. If we accept the inherent right of people to their systems, and if we accept that I know that my value systems weigh deeply on me, but because I accept that that is a truth, because I accept that is a reality, I can work towards overcoming it. The Western doctrinal system assumes that the reporter is someone neutral. First of all, I hate this word, neutral journalism. There's no such thing. You are not required by Is reality neutral? Reality is very seldom neutral. It's never neutral. Yeah. The question is how you rise above your value system. That determines whether you are conscious of your value system, conscious of your privileges, and there are trying to see things through the eyes of others. That's when, okay, so the first is the doctrinal system of objectivity. Do you know how that system of objectivity came into use? It came into use for advertisers. It had nothing to do with readers, audiences, or rights. In 1890s, there was a man called Dr. Brandeth. He was a quack. He wasn't a real doctor. But he used to sell, like in India today, we have a man, a guru, a god man, who sells thousands of remedies from acne to cancer. These are placebo medicines. They're worthless. But he has a cult following, and he is able to advertise massively in the newspapers. In the 1890s, Dr. Brandeth began selling these fake medicines. Two reporters exposed him. You know what he did? He pulled all advertising, and the newspaper collapsed because he was the biggest advertiser. Then all the other newspapers, to escape the fate of, they started this right of reply, equal weightage to Brandeth as to, so the scientist who is saying this is a fake gets same weightage as Brandeth who says it's a miracle and God has given me this. So this objectivity actually is equating truth and rubbish. Yeah. So it's like saying, I say that the world is spherical in shape and Saeed says, no, it's a square. So it must be something like a triangle. Truth lies somewhere in between. These are the sort of doctrinal obscenities that come out of it. The second and more important form of objectivity is the objectivity of the pure sciences. The objectivity of the pure sciences is rigorous, brilliant. It is worth respecting and learning, but it cannot be emulated in journalism. Not fully. Why? Because today, suppose Syed says, in my laboratory in university in Doha, I have achieved cold fusion. 1,000 laboratories across the world will repeat the experiment under controlled circumstances, right? They will see whether Syed is speaking the truth or he is just faffing. Right? In pure sciences, you have objectivity because you can determine the veracity of his claim. But the veracity of the claim is conducted, like his experiment, under closed laboratory controlled conditions. For a journalist and writer, the world is our laboratory. There are too many variables. In India, every 40 kilometers you'll hear a different language. So which language do I use where? All these are questions. So the objectivity of the pure sciences is admirable, to be respected, to be learned from, but cannot. So what is the objectivity that I tell you? Your personal honesty, your personal recognition of your value systems and how you try to rise above them. Your personal honesty which tells you that your assumptions could be wrong, that your fondly held assumptions of 40 years, I frequently run into this. It's a very big blow to the ego more than anything else. That something you believe to be right, fundamentally correct, axiomatic for 40 years, you must be willing to accept that that axiomatic assumption can be wrong. The personal honesty, the ability to admit mistake, the ability to take on board other assumptions than your own. All these and a few other factors go into that form of objectivity which I respect. As different from the doctrine of objectivity, it's your personal honesty.
So I guess we'll take the break now. I guess we'll have a Q&A like during the session. So we will take break for 45 minutes. So we'll be back at like 1:30 now. Okay, thank you. And here, and then like you have a prayer room on the right side on the corridor. You can ask anyone like if you need directions with that one. Thank you. So we'll be back again at 1:30. Thank you.
So lunch break, yeah.
Afternoon sessions, we can focus on the theorizing part, like once we're done with the interviews.
In case we need to communicate to you.
Yeah, you know, I saw you filming that. You can download it from the site.
Yeah, I just got the slide.
You can go straight to the site, scanning it. This is my name.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's my email.
Sure, sure. Thank you very much. I'll get the license card in case. I hope I have extra. Tomorrow I'll get you one. Yeah, I don't have to now. I'll bring one for you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll get you one.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Thanks.
No problem.
I guess like people are still coming in. We're going to start the session. Thank you for staying along. And I just wanted to kind of inform you, I'll just make these announcements again by the end of the session. Like in the evening, we're going to have a program like with the same speaker by Mr. Sainath, like from 6 to 7:30. We'll be on a completely different topic about on the agrarian crisis, like based on his 40 years of experience. So he'll be talking about that one for a public lecture. This one is more like as a workshop format. It will be a kind of a special lecture on that one. So if anyone wants to stick around, like, until 7:30, I know it's a long day, but like if you wanted to stick around, like, it will be worth of your time. So we'll start with the afternoon session focusing on theorizing oral interviews. Like once we kind of collected the information, all of that, how do we theorize those ideas? Like how do we contextualize in the context that where we come from, looking at from different theoretical lenses and conceptual frameworks. So this is something that what we will discuss today.
You're giving a couple of minutes for... Yeah. Do we start? Yeah. Look, I believe the challenge of the theorizing is actually the second level that you come to. After all, what is it you're going to theorize on? The process of that collection of information is itself extremely important. The process of gathering information is extremely important. And again, the issue of the reporter's privilege comes into it. For years, I've watched reporters doing these oral interviews. You go there with a specific idea in mind. That person is taking time to get around to it. You're not able to communicate properly enough. So, very often, interviews of ordinary poor people by middle class and upper middle class journalists becomes not an interview but an interrogation. हाँ बोल क्या हुआ उस दिन? That's how we talk to them. You've already closed the conversation. If that is your interviewing technique, you will get nowhere. What you need to do is an interview. The bulk of stuff I see journalists doing in the mainstream media. They have deadlines. Their editor wants them to get it in the next, file a copy in the next 2 hours. TV wants the upload of the footage. So they practice what is called parachute journalism. And by the way, academics also do this, especially when they are trying to survey large numbers of people. So they just don't converse with those people or get into the lives of those people. I'll give you an example of how much the material that comes can be utter rubbish. In the early 2000s, the NCAER, National Council for Applied Economic Research, in 1997, its director proudly boasted at a seminar in Bhopal. This is one of the most important institutions of economics in India. National Council for Applied Economic Research. So the NCAER presented, this was the creation of India's first human development report. Madhya Pradesh did it. And they came there, they didn't do it, NCAER did not do it, but they came to boast of how they've done such a big study on poverty across households. That we did across more than 300 parameters, the director, Dr. Rakesh Mohan, boasted. We did this across more than 300 parameters in 30,000 households or 33,000 households on extreme poverty. And those of us experienced journalists sitting in the audience, when the guy said we queried each household across more than 300 parameters, until that point, journalists were doing what they do in all seminars. They were peacefully dozing in a non-confrontational manner. When someone says that we did these interviews across 300 parameters, all of us woke up. I was paying attention to him anyway, but I'll give you the attitude. A senior journalist, much older, much more experienced than me, he said, "My God, did that man really say he surveyed the households across 300 parameters?" I said, "No." He said, "More than 300 parameters." This old experienced journalist, cynical, but came up with this line. He said, "Sainath ji, the biggest interview I ever did had 9 questions. And that was with my boss's best friend. So I had to ask so many questions. And my last question was, may I go now?" Because the interviewee was his boss's best friend. So I put up my hand and I asked Dr. Mohan, "Did you say you did this parameter interviews across more than 300 parameters?" He said proudly, yes, we did." I said, "In which case, your respondents are more likely to die of fatigue than poverty." Right? Yeah, you ask them 300 questions. Who the hell has the time? Somebody who's got to go out and work to eat that night, who the hell has the time to answer 300 questions? I said, your respondents are more likely to die of fatigue than poverty. Then he said, no, we had more than one questioner, interviewer per household. So you have 202 people asking 150. So I said, I would love to see your questionnaire because you'd have to do 33,000 households, 300 parameters. One, I don't know how many working days you took away from those people. Two, you must have had to carry them in trucks. 33,000 questionnaires with 300 parameters. You must have had big rolls to carry. See, this is the sort of nonsense academics do. You cannot theorize data if you do not know where it came from, how it was constructed. I'll give you another example. The most important collection of rainfall data came in the same state of Madhya Pradesh. One day, the personal secretary to the chief minister, very fine officer of the Indian Administrative Service, he rang up and said, will you visit Jhabua district in Madhya Pradesh? We have set up an exemplary way of collecting water data. And in fact, we have advised all districts and talukas, all parts of the state, to follow this model of collecting rainfall data. Now, rainfall data for a rural society is life and death data. Okay. So they said they collected rainfall data. I said, so who is this messiah of your new model? They named a person sitting in Tandla taluka of Jhabua district, Petalwad or Tandla. So I went there. Meanwhile, the model of rainfall collection was gaining national attention. The Madhya Pradesh government enforced it in all, that was the biggest physical state it's the third biggest physical state. And they had enforced it across all divisions because the data was so impeccable. And they called a seminar with secretaries of other governments, state governments, to come and learn how Madhya Pradesh was doing it. So I went to this place. I spoke to the gentleman, a junior mid-level officer in the village, in the district administration. He is from one taluka of a district. Mind you, I found him a very honest and non-corrupt person. You know, this was not a corrupt fellow creating fake data. He was an honest person. And I read his books, I read the records, but before I went to interview him, I spent 3 days in the district going around to the rain gauges where the collection, you know, how they measure rainfall. So he said everything. He had probably spoken to 20 journalists already. So he had it all made out. As I said, he was an honest, upright officer. State administration, lower levels. So I listened to him and then I asked him, tell me one thing, it's beautiful the way you've organized your data, but how did you produce all this rainfall data when not a single rain gauge has been working in your block for 3 years? Not a single gauge in that block, the miraculous exemplar block, had been working for 3 years. So how did you produce this data? Believe me, he had a valid, legitimate answer. But first I asked him, how have you been producing all this data? He went and brought me 2 files. One is a slightly thicker file of his letters to the headquarters, to the district headquarters, begging for replacement of the rain gauge. He did his duty as an officer. he kept drawing their attention. Dear Honorable Respected Sir, please note, no rain gauge is working in my block. Please replace rain gauge. The other was a thin file of letters from the block headquarters to him and from the district headquarters to him. It simply said, it has been noted that you have not filed your rainfall data for said period on 3 occasions now. Kindly note that departmental proceedings will be initiated against you if you do not file the data. So he said, I had to file data. I said, did you cook it up? He said, no, sir. And he brought me the gazetteer. You know, in India, every district has a district gazetteer. He had a very valid argument. He said, sir, rainfall patterns, they do not deviate from a secular pattern for 50, 60 years. This was before climate change became an issue. He said rainfall data largely remains the same. A. B. Over 50, 60 years, the gazetteer shows me the rainfall pattern of our district for the last 60 years. B. He pointed out to me that a block is an administrative division. It is not a geographical division. So all blocks in my area will have the same rainfall. It is you can't measure individually, and you can't measure them as differentially because they are administrative. You draw a map like this, a line on the map. Does it mean the rainfall that side will be different and this side different? No. So he said, I took the data of the other blocks, the data filed by the other blocks, and I averaged out their data and created my data. Very legitimate argument. The only problem with that was not a single rain gauge was working in any of the other blocks. And they were taking his data and averaging out their data. So everybody was constructing utterly fraudulent data without understanding what was happening. There was no ill intention here. There was no corruption here. It's the way bureaucracy works. It's also the way a very honest bureaucrat, honest technocrat worked. Yeah. He had no chances of beating the system. He tried ways around the problem. So he was averaging the data of the neighboring blocks. The neighboring blocks have been ordered by the government of Madhya Pradesh to use his data as an example, as exemplar. So they have all imitated and mimicked him. So everybody was averaging the other person's data, whereas the whole data was a fraud. Non-existent, because no rain gauges were working to measure the rainfall. Okay, this is, by the way, to this day, when I address my old friends who are now leading economists, I keep asking them one question. This data on which you're making such assertions, have you ever met the guy who puts your data together? Have you ever met the guy who puts your data together? It will give you a whole new view on the sincerity and authenticity of data if you know the person who is putting together the data. Okay. Now, take the data of the Indian census, for example. The Indian census is a remarkable document. I believe it is the greatest source of serious data in India. However, the Indian census is accurate in aggregate. Okay? If you divide it up, if you disaggregate the data, why does it get all right in aggregate? Because large errors of undercounting on one side are cancelled by large errors of overcounting on another side. So errors tend to cancel out each other and the aggregate data will be correct. It will be accurate. But when you disaggregate, if you're looking at ancient tribes, the data there is horrific because the census enumerator is scared to go into those areas. I have stayed with census enumerators in 2-3 different censuses. Who is your census enumerator? In Jharkhand, Palamu, that census enumerator, he's a school teacher. The census enumerator, like your election officer, is a school teacher, primary school teacher or secondary school teacher. So I stay with this primary school teacher census enumerator in Palamu, now in Jharkhand. And Palamu is home to visiting nomadic tribes called Birhors. They're one of the most ancient tribes. Bir-hor, Bir means forest, Ho means people, people of the forest. That's the name of the tribe, Bir-hor. They move in a triangle between 3 states. They're nomads. They're forest dwellers. So they were camped in his state. Now how much caste influences the data collection process. The school teacher was a good Pandit Tiwari, good Brahmin from Bihar. The Birhors are an ancient indigenous people who, by the way, are wonderful in this record. The Birhors have no criminal records because they are a very, they're not getting into anybody's hair. They're looking after the forest. They help farmers. They earn something by trapping monkeys during their harvest season so that the crop is not destroyed by monkeys. Farmers call them to trap the monkeys, release them in the forest. So, this guy did not want to go near the Birhor camp. I said, listen, I'm doing stories on the Birhors. Go with me. He actually told me in Hindi, I'll explain, वहाँ मत जाना सब, ये लोग आदमी का मांस खाता है. He said, don't go there, sir. Those fellows are cannibals. They eat human meat. Complete figment of his fantasies. There is nothing about that sort of the Birhors or any other tribe for that matter. And so what he did, he called the Sarpanch of the village, who respects the school teacher because the school teacher is the Pandit, the Brahmin of the village. And the Sarpanch, he asked the Sarpanch, how many people are there? That fellow said, some 25, 30. 20-25 log tha. I counted them at 128 later. Okay? Then he tells them, so they sit together, 28, 30, and they write a list of names. And the simple thing that people do when dealing with Dalits or with Adivasis, every woman has a Devi added to her name. Your name is Rama or Bhagya, you become Bhagya Devi. If you're a Dalit and a male, your name is Ram, you'll become Ram Das, as in Dasu. So this is how the collection is done. It is completely fraudulent, and I saw the effect of it in the census. So what happened was, the Birhors are migrating in a triangle. In one census, they were not counted in the place of any census spot, and therefore their population showed a steep decline. Another census, they were counted in 2 places and their population showed a steep increase. Then also they were being counted as 3 different tribes, which were actually the same tribe, having locally different names. So then what happens? a very learned gentleman takes over as the commissioner of National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, and he calls his senior officers and correctly tells them, you're a bunch of morons. These are not 3 tribes, this is 1 tribe. So in the next census, they added the figure, and one tribe's, that Birhor tribe, shot up from 2,000 to 4,000. And the government of Odisha proudly put out a press release owing to the sensitive government programs by the state of Odisha. The Birhors have been saved from extinction. Okay? Actually, the government of Odisha took credit for a mathematical accounting error. So the aggregate census data is usually very good. When you get into ancient tribal groups, it goes haywire, it goes nuts. The point of telling you all this is, okay, let's talk about food surveys. The NSS, National Sample Survey, it conducts what it calls, it used to conduct full sample and thin sample. Full sample is what they conduct every 5 years. They conduct a full NSS survey, 25 to 50,000 households, okay, and number of questions. This is the other extreme of the 300 parameters. There is a survey called thin sample survey. Thin sample survey, believe it or not, consists of only 1 question. And the survey, thin sample survey on poverty, had 1 question. Have you and your family had 2 square meals today? That was the question. And all the economists of the 90s were basing their work on the answer to that question. Now, have you and your family had 2 square meals a day? What is square? What is a square meal? What is today? It might be harvest season, in which case everybody has had 3 meals. If it is the off season, you're most likely talking to a family that hasn't eaten anything that day. And what is a meal? How do you define a meal? Just 1 question, have you and your family had 2 square meals today? Okay. Now then there is the cultural factor. Let us take, you are from Kerala, okay? Now it's very different. You know, if you ask someone in Uttar Pradesh, East UP, the typical peasant culture comes into the answer. Whether you're in UP or in Kerala, the cultural character of the people comes into the answer. Now, I was in the village when this data collection happened. I followed the data collector. Look at the cultural issue. They will only address their questions to head of the household. Who is the head of the household in their eyes? The male. 20%, 1/5 of all Indian households are female headed. In areas of high migration, 45 to 60% of all households are female headed. Anantapur district. You'll find villages in Kerala where the majority of but in the theology of the bureaucrat, head of household is a male. Okay? So then they will address that. Now they all suppose Saeed is that male. The surveyor will go to Saeed's home, followed by half the village, because that is the afternoon's entertainment in the village. Everybody will gather. Some will come inside the house, some will be watching over the wall what Saeed is going to say. Now, I am asking Saeed, have you and your family had 2 square meals today? He's got the entire village looking at him. He's got his dignity and male ego to preserve. And in UP, the culture would be, what Syed would say is, by the grace of God and by your best wishes, we have done well for ourselves today. The same question asked in a Kerala village, people will say, we are doing horribly and we are going to bring down this government in the next election. Right? Fair enough? That's how they would answer that question in Kerala. They would answer it with anger and fire. That's the cultural difference. Do you know what that survey ended up showing? It showed more people had access to square meals in East Uttar Pradesh than in Kerala. Kerala is for 20 years the number one state in the Human Development Index. It is the one state that can claim to have tackled hunger significantly. But the survey showed people in East UP were eating better than people in Kerala. So long before you get to theorizing on the data of your interviews, you need to know what the heck your interview is doing. Finally, after I wrote about that, they cancelled thin sample surveys. They're not doing anymore. Now after a lot of us made a noise. So this was the thing. Next step is, so if you are not conscious of how the data has been constructed, if you are not conscious of how the interviews were constructed, as I said, most of these interviews, because you're talking to people of classes lower than your own, they don't become interviews, they become interrogations. You're asked, okay, how much did you spend on this? What did you do on that? And you think you've answered all the parameters your boss has asked you to, and you go and give it in. That becomes the basis on which huge economic policies may be based and constructed. Rubbish stuff. Now when it comes to the level of the theorizing on the data, first be conscious of what went into the construction of the data. Second, how do you, in fact, part of your job is to be able to set right any bias. You must know the biases that went into the interview. Only when you are aware of the bias that went into the interview, you are able to address it. Okay? Second, if there is data or interviews coming in from different places, which means different interviewers, look at what has been submitted by more than one interviewer. Somebody may have got something right, somebody may have got something wrong. That is your guide to understanding what's going on. Third, do not wipe out or rule out something just because it seems strange and unlikely to you. The Indian countryside is full of the strange and the unlikely. Yeah? Don't just shut it out on that basis. Fourth, please look at how the math of calculation in anything is constructed. When I send our reporters out, I tell them this. I give them a checklist of about 15, 20 things. I will not accept your story unless you have ticked all these boxes. I need you to go to the heart of that livelihood. If you bring me a story without giving me the economics of that person's existence, you have no story. If you do not tell me, every day I edit freelancer copy, which ranges from the brilliant to the utterly absurd. You have to, at every stage in your oral archive, what I would call oral journalism, or as I said, journalism for justice, there is no mechanical method. You have to take judgments, make judgments on each and every instance. Where you are in a dilemma, you have to make a judgment. Now, for instance, a very experienced reporter I've worked with. He brings something strange and unlikely. I don't ask him, is this true or not? I tell him, listen, this strange and unlikely thing, for me, that is the story. I want you to give me more about it. Let's make that the story. A younger, inexperienced reporter who's not interviewed so many people, does not know how to ask the questions, I will take them through it all over again, step by step, and I might find that the person has something which she or he did not understand or comprehend while talking to that person. See, one of the most important filters is language. And I don't mean necessarily different languages. Different classes of people speak the same language differently. Their idiom is different. In your home state of Tamil Nadu, the Chennai Tamil is held in utter contempt in Madurai, where they speak Sen Tamil, the Tamil of poets and kings, the classical language. Yeah. So somebody speaks in a different accent, and in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, it will have some English, some Telugu, because 30% of Chennai are Telugus. Okay, so you have to look at the filters. In Pari, we publish in 15 languages daily. And we have had more than 370 translators work for us so far. And a core of 15 are employed with Pari. Now, reading their email exchanges is my weekly education. They are very seriously committed people. They will fight like cats and dogs over the translation of one word. It drives me insane, but it makes me learn. How sensitive they are to the nuances. Many of them say the meaning of this word depends on the tonality in the language. So, one of the things that Pari's practice is, when you write, suppose you are writing from Malayalam, you are writing from Kerala, but you are writing in English. You send me some words from Malayalam, local expressions. You know what we ask you to do? Every reporter has to give an audio file of how that word sounds. Even suppose a place name, Pattanamthitta. If I am the Bengali translator, I have to translate it into something that sounds like that. So the audio sound of it is terribly important. So every reporter's file in Pari, which uses Indian idioms and expressions, comes with a translation, comes with an audio file. Sometimes there are 8, 10, 15 words. There is an audio file pronouncing it. Like in a Tamil quote, someone says, Nanbargale. How are you going to translate that into Bengali? It's not a word in Bengali. You at least have to get the sound of it right. You have to find a Bengali, you have to do a literal translation or transliteration with that sound, which sounds like Nanbargale. So that's another important part of it. But the most important part of it is, don't do interviews. Hold conversations. Please. Don't march into someone's house. We do this on alcoholism. We march into some poor woman's house while her husband is away and think we have the right to ask her the question, tell me about how much alcohol your husband is consuming. I tell our reporters that I'll kill you guys if you don't begin by telling that person who you are, what you are there for, what you will do with that information, and how she has the same right to ask you intrusive personal questions. And by the way, parts of India people do. They will want to know how many children you have, what you're earning. They'll ask these questions. It is very common in a peasant culture. When they are talking to someone who's left the village, gone to the city, they want to know that you're doing well. Okay? It's not considered rudeness. It's considered showing interest in the person. It's not considered rudeness. And that I found in peasant cultures all over the world. I found it in rural Russia in the 80s, 90s when I was traveling. Yeah. Everybody on the train, and very much like rural India, in rural Russia, people would get onto the trains with sheep, poultry, pigs. This is very common in central India, in rural communities. Their understanding of public transport is that it is meant for the public. Why should I pay for it? Okay, they'll travel on that. Now, if you are looking at migrants, for instance, as you are, the only way of reporting migrants and theorizing from their lives is to be a migrant accompanying them on the migration. There is no other way. If you want, you can call that a best practice, which I've advised you against, but against the term. For 30 years or more, I've spent 270 days a year in the countryside. I keep 40 days at least of that for travels with migrants. Read the book, read A Good Drought. How much of it is many migrants are talking, because I've traveled with them. That's where the stories come from doing what they are doing, from being where they are, from going to where they're going. When I traveled with agricultural laborers from Pudukkottai to Tanjavur, which is a short distance, I found it's with migrant laborers that you'll figure out the cheapest places to eat. They will find little stalls, dabas, restaurants, which you cannot imagine in your head, and which will give you dirt cheap food, because they have figured it out by experience. The experiential knowledge of people should be with you at all times in theorizing the data you've collected. Migrant stories are simply phenomenal. For me, one of the greatest was during the agrarian crisis. Busload after busload of people were moving to Mumbai from Andhra Pradesh. From then Andhra Pradesh, now Telangana. Even people with landowners, big landowners, were also abandoning agriculture and going to Mumbai. First, government kept denying that the number of migrations had increased. So you know how we found out how the number of migrations have increased, how to prove it? We did it by counting the number of buses that went the previous year and counting the number of buses that went this year. It went from 2 buses the previous year, before the exodus began, to 47 buses a week, which meant that millions of people were looking for a way out and going to Mumbai in search of work. So I'm sitting in the bus, one rather dignified looking gentleman, next to him a very submissive looking gentleman, and I was asking this gentleman, who owned 20 acres or 25 acres, where are you going? He said, I have shut my farm. My brother is making good money. He's opened a tea stall outside the High Court, outside the district court. He's making some more money from that. Maybe I'll get something in Bombay. So I'm going to Bombay. So he was fleeing the agrarian crisis, or the agricultural crisis, if you like, on the bus to Mumbai. The story was called A Bus to Mumbai. Do you know, the man sitting next to him the poor, submissive looking man, was his former bonded laborer, his serf. So the bonded laborer and the jamindar were both fleeing the crisis. I wrote that day in my diary, today we are all on the same bus. Everybody, regardless of class, caste, today we are all in the same bus. So the knowledge that comes from migrants and migrations, very often, people in the village who have migrated out and come back, they've seen a different experience. They've experienced a different world. They are usually the harbingers of struggle for change. A Dalit who goes from Telangana to Mumbai and goes back to the village, he starts all sorts of problems in the village because he told me, I realized that my coffee, I paid the same 5 rupees as my 5 rupees was as good as anyone else's 5 rupees. Whereas in Telangana, he'd have to drink from a separate glass. He'd not be allowed to drink from the glass that the upper. So he has seen that outside world. He comes back with an experiential knowledge and he becomes the leader of struggles for human rights. Yeah. In theorizing the knowledge and data that you gather, you must have that canvas running in the background of all of this. Then in theorizing, never assume that something is totally axiomatic because it has been so for you. There is always the possibility of a contra experience which challenges what you know, which may not be true in your areas, but might be true for that area which is being studied. So the thing is, in theorizing, you need to contextualize the subject matter that you're looking at. You need to know, where did it come from? Which region are we talking about? Does this region have a history? You need to know something about the history of that region. Maybe it is the region you're studying as a PhD student, but you need to know something about the history of that region. And then, I'll give you an example. Now, India has 28 states and 8 union territories. However, the real divisions of India are what we can call natural physical divisions or historically evolved political kingdoms. There are some which are both. Malabar is both. It's a historical politically evolved kingdom and it's a unique natural physical region, correct? So it's both. But when I count this way, I find India has 95 regions. Okay, 95 regions. Tamil Nadu has South Tamil Nadu, North Tamil Nadu, and actually you can go back to the Sangam definitions of Malay, Kilay, the 7 divisions. People recognize this through history, that their region had sub-regions, that it had important divisions. That the land of Pudukkottai, Ramnad is arid zone, very different from South Tamil Nadu in other respects. So you need to have a sense for context. You need to know something about the physical, and you need to know something about the physicality of the region. You need to know something about the social history of the region. Right? That's when you begin to build a context. Then context is who is speaking in the data that you have. If that person is a small farmer, or a person is a big zamindar, or a person is an agricultural laborer, each one of them will have a different thing to say on the same subject. So you need to know who the people speaking in your survey are. What is their caste background? What is their class background? If we did a survey on water issues anywhere, you can't do it if you don't know the caste background of the respondents. You can't. Yeah. Dalits have no access to water. Even today you'll read in the newspapers of a Dalit woman being stripped naked and beaten for trying to draw water from the common well, where she is not supposed to pollute the waters of the upper caste. Though that is a village well, which is community property belonging to all of them. She's still not allowed to access it. Now, if you're doing something on water and women, you have to do it knowing the context that in India, 80% of time spent on collecting water is spent by women. Women spend 80% of the time, they expend 80% of the time in collecting water. Okay? Rest of us, 20%. Secondly, the important thing, context. The women spend 80% of the time collecting water, of the time spent in collecting water. But women have lowest access to it. It's only when you have that framework that you begin to understand how complex theorizing of it is. So my thing is, first get your interviews right, get your samples right, get your people right. Then you need to know, okay, this is a woman talking about water. She is much more serious, to be taken much more seriously than her husband talking about water. Doesn't matter who the hell the head of the household is. Shouldn't. He is not to be given half the weightage. So this is what you will be doing when you are trying to construct a larger theme from the data, from the stories. You will also have to know the broad class divisions, the broad regional divisions, to be able to deal with the survey properly at all. Now the stories come in. Like say from tomorrow you're going to do not, data surveys, but stories of people. This is how you will go about it. To know, that's why your reporter has to indicate to you who this person is, what is the background, what is this person's economic situation, what is this person's social status. It can be done gently, nicely, politely, but it will be a huge informative thing. People are not ashamed of their community connections. They will tell you, unless they are Dalits and they're afraid, they'll tell you what their community is. You have to understand that in the caste is still a currency in the Indian countryside or even in the Indian city. Like when you want context, when people say, oh, this is a rural thing, caste used to be there in the time of my grandmother, not there now. In the cities, it doesn't exist. You know the simple answer to that question and how you can correct your own perspective? Pick up the Sunday newspaper and read the matrimonial columns. 100% urban, 100% caste. It's how you equip yourself that will help you theorize. It's how you contextualize the material you've got that will help you draw larger theories from it. I'll stop there so that questions you want to ask me.
Yeah.
I have one question. If we go back to the data collection point, so you said that the reporter or the interviewer has to live the whatever the data.
The interviewee.
The interviewee experience to validate the data. If we are talking about the historical data, which we cannot live right now, for example, the World War II, there were like data collection before, and we cannot validate it now because we cannot live it again. We don't have the chance to live it again. And if we apply this to the environment as well, we have environment history. So some of the environmental habits already are not there anymore. So how we can validate the data again, and how we can like trust the oral interviewee? How can we trust what you are seeing now?
You know, by the way, that's a terrific question, and it's one we frequently grapple with. Yeah. One, it assumes that I'm assuming that I can be perfect. Maybe I can't. Maybe you allow for that, but you compare it with other known information and experiences. Now, let me come specifically to the environmental. There are various ways. Again, this becomes very important in terms of non-textual sources like songs, etc. People have written lots of songs and music around natural calamities, catastrophes, disasters. People have done that. The GSP songs are full of that. The Grand Mill songs are full of that kind of stuff. But I'll give you an example of the British in India. It's an untold story of environmental devastation. The forests of India were plundered of wood to build the stately homes of Britain. The great mansions of the lords and ladies of Britain, they're built in wood. And their wood came primarily from two sources, Burma teak and Indian rosewood. By the way, Burma teak also grows in India. Burma teak and Indian rosewood. Do you know that you've all heard of the famous British admiral who won the Battle of Trafalgar, Lord Admiral Nelson? Trafalgar Square is named after his famous victory. The entire navy of Nelson, the wood of the ships, came from one forest in Maharashtra's Thane district. We know this from their own records. Yeah? But you'll not find any British environmentalist who has written about it because they're ignorant of it. The Adivasis who lived there, the indigenous people who lived there, they were plundered of their basic wealth. And they are the poorest people in Maharashtra today. Those very people are the poorest indigenous people of Maharashtra. Their forests went. Imagine the entire naval fleet of Nelson came from one district called Thane. Now that area is called Palghar. It comes from there. This is one. Second, when the British ruled India, there is no way we can ever calculate the environmental damage. You know, Professor Utsa Patnaik has calculated that the British loot of India came to nearly $60 trillion. 60 trillion. Here you are trying to be a $5 trillion economy by 2030. They plundered $60 trillion worth of, and then Professor Patnaik writes, this is a very minimal figure. It does not count environmental destruction. Let me give you an example. Some of you have been to Rajasthan, to Bharatpur Bird Sanctuary. There's a bird sanctuary in Alwar district called Bharatpur, where you have some of the biggest environmental and flora fauna murderers proclaiming their deeds in pride. Okay? So, when you enter the bird sanctuary, inside the bird sanctuary, there will be cement blocks twice this size. Imagine the screen has an equally big screen, and on these cement concrete blocks, the lords and ladies and generals and colonels and the maharajas have listed. In this week, we shot 49,000 birds. Now just imagine how many thousands of places similar depredation was done without putting up plaques, without putting up pillars, without celebrating. The tiger was almost wiped out because of the depredations of the British and their Maharaja friends who went around with them and converted tiger shikari from a minor sport in Mughal times, and not even all the kings did it. From it then became a giant industry, setting in force the idea of tiger skins, tiger hides, all of that. Like rosewood became the theme wood in Europe. So you have no way of estimating the total damage, but you have signals, guideposts, signposts, where the murderer has confessed to his sins with pride. We shot 49,000 birds in 1 week or 10 days or whatever. And they give details of how many they shot, how they shot. There was once a demand for removing those obscene. I said no, I argued they should be retained. This is a murderer's confession, proud confession. So yeah, in historical terms, you're going to have to access the poetry of that era. Now this morning I spoke to you about the 1857 uprising. The real sources of data, the real sources of the human experience are the large number of songs and poems in Bhojpuri, in Awadhi, not in Hindi, which is just 120 years old and is hardly a classical language. It's 1,000 years away from achieving that status. In those songs, you know who raided Lucknow, when. You know what the impact in the countryside was. You know what a soldier felt when he was rebelling against the British Empire. That's what. Yeah. You know, there are so many little indicators of what happened in the past. I'll give you one which will tell you about the British in India. You know, some of you may know of the town of Meerut. What is Meerut today? It's a symbol of Hindu-Muslim conflict, of communal riots. The actual history of Meerut tells me something totally different. That means Meerut's history has been transformed to make it something which it was not. In 1857, it was the first place in India in the uprising. Hindu soldiers, Muslim soldiers joined on the march on the British garrison. Right? It was a symbol of unity of the different religions, races, people in India. But something even more spectacular happened. Yeah. One day, I hope to write, because there is little historical evidence, yes, and much of the historical evidence has been destroyed. So where did these Hindu soldiers, has anyone ever told you, or our school children, that these soldiers had joint camps? They had joint camps with different kitchens. Okay? So the vegetarian had their own kitchen, the non-vegetarians had their own kitchen, and there was a lot of bonding and unity. But the most important thing, when the Hindu and Muslim soldiers joined together, marched on the garrison, there is a story of colonialism in that. Who was defending the British garrison? Who was defending the British garrison? A bunch of Irish Catholics, right? So the Irish Catholics, if you go back, most of them would have come from the county of Cork in Ireland, Connaught. The Connaught Rangers, all of them came from these places. I've been to that church in Cork, and you see little nameplates for Henry O'Rourke, age 17, age 16, age 18. Now I'm going to digress just a moment. In 1982, after major communal riots in Meerut, I went to Meerut and I found something very interesting, historically of incredible importance, wiped out by the city's real estate mafia in the last 20 years. I found a number of graveyards, gravestones, not even yards, gravestones with Irish names. They just said O'Rourke, 1857, O'Hanlon, O'Grady, O'Brien, O'Clyde. And it said, the date said 1857 or 1858. These men had gravestones without an epitaph. There was nothing inscribed on the gravestone. I got curious. Who are these guys? So, come back to the British garrison, defended by Irish Catholics. Hindu soldiers join hands with Muslim soldiers, march on the garrison. There is an incredible moment of tension. The Irish Catholic soldiers are guarding. They are the British always, before they got us Indians and Pakistanis, they had the Irish as the cannon fodder. Irish were the cannon fodder before they took over the subcontinent, and used all of us. So the Irish, had been 600 years under British colonial rule at that time. Now 800. 600 years of British colonial rule. Now the Irish soldiers, they didn't know who these guys were marching on the... They didn't know who the Hindu soldiers were. They didn't know Bhojpuri, Awadhi, Brajbhasha. They didn't know these languages. They didn't know the culture of them. They didn't know Hinduism. They didn't know the Muslim soldiers either, because they represented an Indian Islam. In the minds of European Catholic soldiers, Islam was the Crusaders' Islam, right? So they didn't know any language spoken by any of these soldiers. Eyeball to eyeball confrontation on the barricades. At the last minute, the Irish soldiers turned their guns on their British officers, shot them dead, and joined the rebels. You know why? They didn't know the Hindus, they didn't know the Muslims, they didn't know the culture, they didn't know the language, but they knew who the enemy was. We had had colonialism for 100 years. They had had it for 600 years. They knew who the British were. All of them were sentenced to death. They either died in the fighting or they were blown away from cannon. The punishment was that you were tied to a cannon and blown away. Okay? So those gravestones were the gravestones of Irish Catholic soldiers who were excommunicated by the church in Meerut on the orders of the armed forces. So, because the East India Company's army, it had it had them excommunicated for turning against the British Empire, which meant that they could not be buried in the cantonment graveyards. So they were buried outside the cantonment with just that gravestone saying, O'Hanlon, 18. No, if sometimes even the age wasn't given. It would be given back in the church in Ireland. O'Hanlon, 1850. Why 1858? Because some of them were captured, kept in detention, and then killed in 1858. Yeah. So there are various histories. There is not just one way of studying history, only through numismatics, or only through text, or only through architecture. There are other histories. And those are the histories in popular memory. You know, when we say, suppose they're wrong, are we arguing that all the history we do by text is absolutely correct? I think that these histories have a greater chance of being correct. And you work out in each situation what's possible, what's not. Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned about the not interview, but as a conversation. Like in your view, what's kind of like the best way to frame the conversation, like, you know, to get the maximum out of the community without just being condescending or patronizing or making them feel down? So like, how do you kind of like frame your questions in such a way that the other person that?
The first thing is, now I can do it without it, but I always first spot someone and persuade them to accompany me, someone who has a standing in that community. It gives them confidence. Suppose that might be a local, very noble doctor who, instead of earning millions of rupees in a corporate hotel, in a corporate hospital, he could be in Apollo Hospital, but he has chosen to work in the villages. Now that doctor will be given the respect of a saint in those villages. I persuaded, just travel with me for one day. I've done this only a few thousand times, so believe me, it can be done. Or it may be a local, highly respected teacher. In Tamil Nadu, Vadyar has a standing. The teacher, Vadyar, people respect the Vadyar. Everyone will stand up and do namaskar when the Vadyar comes. Vanakkam. I mean, everyone is up. Even a very powerful person locally, when the Vadyar comes, he shows respect. So if I go with the teacher, people speak more. Always try having someone with you who has a standing and a respect. Sometimes it might be an NGO person. For me, when it comes to covering peasantry, farmers, agricultural laborers, that person is usually a union activist. A wage struggle is going on in Telangana. I go by myself, who the heck is going to talk to me? They think I am the landlord's older brother. Or his son in those days. But then, if I go with their union, a leader from their union who has taken 2 bullets in his chest for them, for their cause, they are immediately respectful. They are wanting, they might look at me and think, okay, this is a very strange looking creature. Yeah? But he's come with Prabhakar sir. That means he must be, if he has come with Prabhakar sir, he has our approval. That's the second. Third thing, in conversations, Saeed, I never go brandishing the camera and the tape recorder. The moment you go and sit there and start focusing your lens, you've lost that person. Immediately, he or she gets tensed. Okay? I might have 2 hours of conversation before bringing out my camera. In some areas, I don't waste time because they know me from 40 years. They're going to talk to me. If they don't want to talk to me, they won't talk to me. They're going to talk. But any new area I go, I initiate the conversation that establishes to them that I am interested in their lives. I am interested in how they are doing. That they have the right to treat me as an equal, and they can demand of me, how much do you spend on alcohol? I don't, I'm a teetotaler, but they have the right to ask. Right? I'm going and asking women in Pudukkottai. In my book, you can see the stories on alcohol, the anti-alcohol agitation. It seemed to me so unfair, unjust, that I can walk into her house and demand highly private information on her husband's drinking habits. What right do I have to burst in on her privacy like that? Yeah. But the thing is with Indians, Indian poor, the Indian rural people, they will talk to you. They are courteous, they are polite. Maybe not in all regions, but they are courteous and polite, and generally, they may not talk the serious matters with you. They will talk about all sorts of nice things which evade if they don't have trust in you. But if I have someone with me who has that trust, it becomes much easier. So if I was saying, Said, that sometimes people will, in India, people will talk to you freely without revealing things that you want to know. Because they are polite in cultures, many of the rural cultures, they'll do that. But if I have someone with me who has a standing in the community, they can get to that subject. Second issue, in your conversations, don't start off with those issues. You need to build confidence, you need to build trust, you need to build consent for the photographs you take. Yeah. I tell our photographers, learning the high C's, 6 C's. People think that getting consent is everything. I think it's the beginning. I think in photography you have to bear 6 things in mind. Consent, content, context, creation, creation, collaboration, and credits. I say that every story we do is a collaboration, especially if it's one family, one person. If it's one person, we make that person a co-author. Yeah. Consent, content, context, creation, collaboration, credits. Yeah. That's why you'll find Pari has the most elaborate system of credits. We give the credit to translators. Even if there are 3 translators, we will give all their names. Yeah, well, anyway. So you don't jump the gun by marching into someone's house and shooting off the important questions. 2, you are extremely respectful. And you will thank them, because you must, for their time, which is as precious to them as yours is to you. Actually, it's more precious than your time, because their time lost on you is loss of income that would be earned in that time. 3rd, try having someone with you. 4th, don't initiate the conversation with the headline queries. It depends on how the conversation is going. Some people who are gregarious and outspoken, you can get them to it faster. But the bulk of times, it's a conversation that moves into the interview. Yeah. Don't bring out your camera and tape recorder and stick it in someone's face. You know? And see, I'll tell you how. Give you an example of loss of context and the damage it does. Suddenly the media decides to cover the drought. They have no idea what a drought is, because media and middle classes think that drought is simply the absence of rainfall, which means they only understand one form of drought, which is meteorological drought. There is also hydrological drought, there is agricultural drought, there is socio-economic drought. There are various forms of drought. Okay. Now, television, typical mic in the face journalism. Yeah, so there's a guy crossing a very, very dangerous border between Punjab and Rajasthan, Ganganagar. It's a very violent place, very tough place, etc. And the loo is on, sandstorm kind of condition, more loo than sandstorm. It's all round, the dust. And a guy, his face fully covered because of the loo and sand, is taking his sheep or goats across the border somewhere. Young reporter, intrepid television reporter, comes, and so 6, 7 of us were watching this on television, and it was very entertaining and very sad. Young reporter, she really didn't know much. She wasn't trained. Her editor doesn't give her a chance to learn anything. So she stops this person, hooded person, except for the eyes, and asks him, "Sir, you're leaving the state." "Yeah, yes. You're taking the leading questions. You're taking all these." Yeah, so this was on Zee TV. So this guy with hundreds of sheep or goats, sheep crossing over from Rajasthan to Punjab. And so it's all leading questions. You're leaving the state and taking your livestock with you. Yes, he says, he answers in monosyllables. Is the drought situation very bad and affecting you? He says, yes. She says, you're taking all the livestock and going with you? He says, yes. Then the reporter turns to the audience, the camera, piece to camera, and says, this poor man, devastated by the drought, is leaving the state with his livestock. Out of 8 of us watching the program, 6 of us were professional journalists. So there was a great deal of mirth and laughter about what was happening there. So we all, the 2 non-journalists asked all of us, what would be the question you would have asked if you're finding that interview so funny? What would have been the first question? Now, one of our guys, one of us who's worked a lot in that region, he's from that region, tough region. He said, the first question I would have asked him was, are these your sheep? Because there's a fair chance that he is involved in livestock theft. The first question, he said, my first question would be, are these your sheep? And by the way, sometimes it can be legitimately not his sheep if he is a professional herder. People I'm a school teacher. I have 6 sheep. I give it to the herder. He looks after them. He'll get 2 kids. From the sheep, 2 baby sheep he'll get. Now, these are migrant. They will travel. They are pastoral nomads. They will travel all the way up to Chhattisgarh to keep feeding those hundreds of sheep. Okay. Now, she has caught that guy, the reporter has caught that fellow on his normal annual migratory route. Are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving. Another question would have been, do you do this every year? And he would have said yes. And your entire story would have been different. The number of errors from this immediately sticking a camera, and especially I loved that one about, are these your sheep? Because he was hooded up like a gangster. You know, his turban tied around his face, only his eyes showing, etc. So any number of instances we can see in the reporting of interrogation, in the reporting of imposing stuff on people. That's a problem. Yeah, well. Can even be comments and criticisms, please.
Yeah. I haven't spoken from the whole day. It's now the chance to speak.
It was very interesting to listen to all these stories, though I have I was just following your write-ups in the paper and your books. And for me, have you ever done any stories on the man-animal conflict due to climate change? Because it's a very serious issue in different districts, like border districts and Kerala.
Yeah.
Kerala has a very vast forest land also. So
you will find several stories on Pari of human-wildlife conflict. It's a topic we are giving a lot of importance to. Aparna Karthikeyan did stories from the Karnataka-Tamil Nadu border, Krishnagiri district. Elephants there move into all 3 states, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So we do that. We've done on the human-wildlife conflict. It's getting worse and worse in Maharashtra, tigers and human beings. Yeah. Actually, the tiger population has increased and the habitat has decreased. So they are attacking human beings. They were never animals that went near human beings. They know better, they're smarter than that. Yeah. So that is a major problem over there. we are looking at in Assam, elephants and the things. We are also trying to see, it's very difficult, but we want to do another angle of what human beings are doing to wildlife in the name of conservation, like Mr. Ambani's son's private zoo, Vantara. They have broken the laws of export of exotic species of, I think, about 20 or 30 countries. Yeah. But in India, a large amount of that problem is forest land being taken over for projects, for mining, for whatever, and you're pushing the Adivasis themselves to the fringes of it, you're pushing them out. Yeah. Their conflict with the wildlife grows because the hungry wildlife raid their agricultural fields. Okay? So that intensity is also coming up. Yeah, we do. You'll find lots of stories. Human-wildlife conflict.
Yes, sir. If I'm working on one project, is it okay to have a set of questions to be the same for all my audience?
No, I'm saying that you will modify the questions according to subject, situation, region, context, class of people. Now, I have, for instance, a cheat sheet which I give to all reporters that they must fulfill these questions or tick these boxes. However, if the reporter is going out to report climate change, we modify that questionnaire. If the reporter is going out to cover human-wildlife question, I would modify the questionnaire. Though I haven't created one for that because the reporter doing it is more experienced in the issue than I am. So you have to evolve the questions. Okay, but when you're talking about interviewing people, there will be 10 or 12 questions that will be common to all. And then you add, shift, change, abridge, expand. But there will be 8, 10. Those will be the questions where you are trying to ascertain the social economic status of that person, to get a sense of that person's livelihoods. And some people may have more than one livelihood. Most poor people do 2 or 3 things to survive. Some work at construction sites, some work in agriculture as laborers, some work in forests, collection. So according to who you are interviewing, your questionnaire has to be amended to bring in more specific queries to them. Again, sometimes the things they will say to you will raise new questions. Follow those. They're giving you a lead. And you might end up writing a totally different story from what you intended. But as journalists, we have that luxury. Academics don't. They go out for something, they have to get that something only. Yeah. But I tell the reporter, if you find a bigger story in there as a result of someone's, make that the story, do 2 stories, do 3 stories. Yeah, don't be caught in a silo, trapped in a silo. Sorry? No, if anyone has more, we're meeting again tomorrow, but I'd really like I'm glad you asked me that question. If you have any more, I'd rather answer questions.
Amina, Do you have any particular questions on this one? Okay. So I guess if we don't have anything, so we'll just wrap here. We'll meet again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And so we'll focus most on the writing part and how to communicate, like, these oral stories that we are doing, how to kind of like write it clearly, effectively for general public. We're not going to talk about like, writing in journal articles, but for writing for general community. That will be our focus for tomorrow. And like, please come prepared with questions. Like, the whole point is to have a discussion. And looking at from today, I promised him that like will be very interesting discussion, but I must say I'm disappointed that like not anyone was asking questions at that one. Like hopefully tomorrow will just be much different in that case. Yeah. Thank you. A big round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just.